Hello, everyone, and welcome. Just want to say hi. I'm going to turn myself off so you can see more of the screen. This is the final battle of the 1805 campaign. The forces of the Vermillion Republique under Jan Heinemann have found themselves up against the river that leads to the capital. And the Republic forces, the liberal forces, are trapped on the south or west side of the river. Closing in on them are the forces of United Vermillion under the command of Senator Achilles. And his purpose is to crush Heinemann and end the Vermilion Civil War. Now you'll notice we're playing on the Brandy Station map because the geography and the terrain are analogous to this region on our red versus blue campaign map. And you'll also notice the pieces are similarly colored because it's a civil war. So soldiers on both sides are wearing red. So it may be a little confusing. That being said, the overall situation appears to be this. Heinemann's forces are hungry, cold, starving, and shivering, but they have high morale. Half of them are elite, the other half are, well, not so well trained. In any case, this is what Jan has to do. With his back against a river that is flooded by storms, he cannot retreat. He must fight here and win, or, of course, he will likely perish. So it's one of the two. For Senator Achilles, it's a similar situation, even though he's the one who's attacking. It's sort of a do or die situation. If his attack fails to stop Jan's civil war, if it fails to capture or destroy him and his forces, then Jan will be successful in his drive on the capital. Even if Jan is trapped in this position, if his forces are victorious, he does have forces across the river and even in the capital that will likely rise up at word of a victory. However, if word reaches the capital that Jan was defeated, well, it's unlikely there'll be much more support for him. So, what happens here is going to be decisive to the 1805 Red versus Blue campaign. For people who don't know about the campaign, just a little quick background. It is a fictitious sort of quasi-Napoleonic world, uh, basically battle generator that we've put together, and it developed a heavy role play element. So the various players play roles, but in addition to the role play element, we then play their battles out on the weekends when we sit down and have these games. And this is a particularly important one. I'll be announcing the game, so if you have questions about the red versus blue universe, or what is going on or why, feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer them. All right, let's take a look at the Empire room, and then we'll talk to some of the players.
All of these, right?
Well, sorry, where are you, Jester? Blazer.
Hold on. Let me.
The purple?
Purple.
Yeah.
Blazer has the Marine Division, yes.
And while the other ones are Achilles.
Yes.
The entire trail.
Yes, I gather Achilles wants the artillery to be under Blazer, but it's currently following him because it's literally behind him in the train and it's under his command.
Alright. I'll just double check with Achilles where he's marching.
Yeah. We're waiting for somebody?
Okay, so sorry?
Are we waiting for somebody?
Let's go from the other side. Even he's checking where Achilles is going. Let's start on the other side here.
Over here.
So Robin's cavalry. What are they doing?
Okay, he wants the hussars and himself to go through the road, so into the forest, and to get out
Yep.
here, while the
Okay.
dragoons shall wait here. So
Okay.
I'm gonna do
So
that.
that will put himself.
He
as
wants to go
lead.
second, so he wants like a hussar unit go in front of him.
Okay, that's
Should
fine.
I go speak with Gen TGA?
No.
About
uh,
his the fact that he's in charge of corps. Yes, you should. Just go talk to him and make sure he understands he's currently commanding the corps, and find out what he wants to do. I'll move them in twos. Rather, so they're not individual. We'll just put 2 in front, 2 behind,
fair enough.
because they're like they're.
And
Okay,
then he
and
wants to...
so then he'll be aware that he can see that his hussars are reporting enemy hussars and lancers formed beyond there. What are these guys doing? They're following or they're staying
Yeah,
behind?
just like that. He's just said like
Okay.
position facing towards the road.
Cool.
So something like that. He'll be surprised. Very quickly.
Okay, and then Luke's is not moving. What was Carter doing, if anything?
Hold position, and the guys in the front here, fire and retreat. So shoot bullets, retreat below, shoot bullets, retreat.
The guys in the front here?
Yeah.
I mean, they aren't under his command anymore, but sure.
Okay, so the umpires are taking the initial orders from both sides. Right now, it looks like they're gathering up the orders from the Republique for the first turn, the Liberals, and it will take them a while to kind of put everything together and begin processing. In the meantime, I want to go down and talk to Achilles, who is commanding the forces that are attacking, and see what's going on. All right, let's take a look.
My guard division should be on that road.
Yeah. Marshall
The Marine division is up by Bradford.
up by Bradford. Huh.
That was their starting location.
All right. Let's see. Marshall, is it Justin who has who's responsible for?
Yes, Justin is running the event. I am simply the announcer.
Yeah, I need to double check here with Justin what's going on over here.
All right, yeah, you should have an umpire assigned to you who can answer that question and give you your general idea or what's going on.
Who are you talking to?
Well,
Oh.
he left.
I thought Suta is the umpire.
Oh, is he? Oh.
Yeah.
I thought he was one of your fellow players.
No.
Oh, gosh.
He is the umpire.
I thought all the umpires were up above. Okay, well, what do I know? I kind of arrived a minute late to the party, and
Hey, don't feel bad. Me too. I've been scrambling because I got here, obviously late because I thought it started at 8.
Yeah, me too.
And then I have new commanders who didn't know what was going on, so I had to explain everything to them very rapidly.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yes, Suda,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, so you have already passed bots. So
I've already passed bots. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, then we're just going to continue up that road. We are headed to.
Mhm.
We're going to stay on the roads, and we're headed to where the M in the word Munford is, up by where the Deep Ford is.
Deepford.
That's our eventual destination.
Let
Okay.
me see here. M in.
So
I
you
need to
see where the Deep Ford is on the river inside. You don't see the red lines.
There's the river.
See where
Major.
Jones is on the Hazel River? See where Jones is?
There's Hazel River. Jones. Water. Oh, there's Jones. Yep.
Okay. You see just below it, there's the word Deep Ford.
Oh, there's Munford.
Yes. And then there's
That's-
Munford. We're headed to where the letter M in Munford is.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So currently you are north of Bots,
Okay.
and like there's this intersection on a hill, a three-way intersection,
Yes.
and you're in front of, or to the, you're at the
Leading
front
the
of the
column?
column.
Yes.
To the left of you, you have what was his name? Blazer Trails column.
Yes. Yes. The Marines.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So you're just continuing behind him, and you will turn northeast towards Monford when you get there at the road,
Correct.
and you will stop at the M.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Suda.
All right, Achilles. So,
Yes, sir.
what did they tell you? What's the briefing that you got?
Okay. You can't see my map, but there's an arc, a red line arc, up by where Munford, the Deep Ford, along the Hazel River,
Yeah.
to the north. Okay. That arc is everything inside that arc is the enemy starting zone. Currently, my scouts have reported enemy infantry to the east of Coon, south of Brown, along
Okay.
the Muddy Run,
Okay.
and also a fortified position on the hill, on the plateau to the west of the Deep Ford.
Okay.
Okay. The original enemy positions were down by Norman's Ford, but they abandoned those positions and moved their force into this new area. Okay.
Okay.
We have Hussars down by the Q&A Railroad on the hill down there. They're the ones that scouted the old fort, the Norman's Fort area, and reported that there is no more enemy force there. So they're going to be coming up the road towards Welford and towards Munford and the Deep Fort. Currently, my First Corps, which has the 1st and 5th Infantry Divisions. 1st Infantry Division is heading on the road north on the far west side of the map, past on the main road, but to the east of Jeffries and Yancey, heading towards Jameson.
Okay.
Okay. The 5th Infantry Division is to their east, to their right, going up the road that goes northeast and that crosses along that long ridge line.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. They're headed up that road towards those woods, and then eventually they're gonna set up on that big plateau. The the 1st Infantry Division will set up around where Payne is on that big plateau, facing the Muddy Run. The 5th Infantry Division will set up on the large plateau to the east of that, also facing Wager and Brown along the Muddy Run.
Right.
The Marine Division started at where Bradford is.
I see that. Okay.
Okay. They're going to be heading they're heading up the road that goes to the east, down that road that goes to the east towards Bots. And then they're going to branch. They're going to go off to the left, going northeast along the road to that next ridge line. They're going to make a left, and they're going to head down that road, eventually making their way to that large plateau as well.
Okay.
They're going to set up on the right end of that plateau, and they have all of the Guard Corps artillery with them. They're going to put that artillery along that ridge line, along that plateau.
Yeah.
and then we're going to use that to suppress that area where the enemy fortification was noted at the on the plateau across from the deep ford.
Oh, okay. I see that. Yep. Yep.
Right. The guard cavalry under Sam Miller is already at the area where the word Munford is.
Yeah.
They're already there. Okay. Guard infantry will be coming up behind them. They're currently screening our approach. They're going to come up behind them. They'll pass through the cavalry, and when they get there, the Marine division, if it's not already in position, will begin pounding and suppressing that plateau across from them. Once we've done sufficient suppression there, the Guard Infantry Division and Marine Division are going to hit that single spot right there, right where the road crosses the muddy run.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. So there'll be 2 divisions hitting that spot, plus the Guard Cavalry, which will be behind them.
Well, there you go.
The idea is to overwhelm that location.
Mm-hmm.
Because of its superior defensive qualities, we're going to need superior force. So we're going to suppress it. We're going to overrun that location. Once we do, or once that assault begins, the 5th Infantry Division, which will be firing their artillery towards Wager along that plateau, will then begin their attack across. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was changed because we can't cross the muddy run except at the ford locations. They're actually going to shift left. They're going to be firing at Brown, and then they're going to take the road and head up towards Brown. That'll be a pinning attack while we're breaking through on the far right. The 1st Infantry Division, they'll go past Kuhn up that road and take a right and do the same thing, basically pinning attacks along that ridge. When we break through on the right, then Sam's cavalry is going to use that road to exploit the breakthrough. They should be coming in behind, and we're going to roll up his line from right to left from there. The 1st Cavalry Division is up here where it says Rixieville on the west side of the map. They're up here where it says Rixieville or whatever that is. They're at that intersection right now. They're going to be scouting that road and those woods on the on what would be Jan's right, our left. And you have that open ground out there. You have the woods out there.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be scouting that region. They're also in position to basically envelop from that side if all goes well.
All right. I lost my tabletop simulator just about a minute ago. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. No, you're fine. I'm going to exit and restart Steam. And perhaps that will do it. But we'll see.
So far, everything that I've received so far as scouting puts him right exactly where I thought he would end up being.
Mm-hmm.
So far, so good. Now, I suspect...
Where do you think he is?
That he's probably...
Where do you think he is?
I think... And it actually it surprises me, but to some degree it surprises me. But there's a strong defensive line here with the plateaus and ridges where Brown, Wager, and the Deep Ford are, and then goes off to the north of them where that steep hill is, where it's very likely he would have artillery. And then I think he's got his cavalry to his right defending that open area, probably in the woods to his right out there, or maybe near Stark. So it would kind of make an L laying on its side. That's where I think he is, in that general area. If he's playing defensive, then he's got excellent terrain for defending there. If he wants to be more aggressive, which on one hand wouldn't surprise me because of who I'm fighting, but at the same time would surprise me because he would be leaving excellent defensive terrain to fight a superior force, then I'll be happy to see him come forward if he wants to do that.
Well, we'll see what happens. It does.
We will.
Yeah, it looks like you have an interesting plan in motion. I was looking at the umpire table, and
Mhm.
everything looked good.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk to Jan shortly and see what his take of the situation is, and we'll go from there. But right
All
now,
right.
I've got to sort out my technical difficulties. I don't know what
Yes, do
happened.
that.
Steam and Tabletop Simulator just took a nosedive on me while I'm live streaming, so that's not good at all. But I'll be back to talk to you and
Sure.
others in a bit. Thank you.
Let me end by saying my overall concept here is to find them, fix them, and kill them. The idea is we're very concentrated. My as you can see by where my divisions are going, they're within close supporting distance of each other. Whatever action he might take, I want to be able to react by concentrating force on that. So we're close enough to each other to be able to support each other pretty quickly.
Very good. All right,
Okay,
that sounds like a good plan. All right,
let's see. We'll find out.
we sure will.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right. Of course, plans always change once you make contact with the enemy. So we'll see what happens when the time comes. It looks like Steam might be down. It does look like a Steam issue. Let me close that out. My internet is obviously working because I'm still live streaming, but for some reason I'm having problems with my Steam connection. And here is Steam. Let's exit that. Let's close Steam down again. My computer did have an update yesterday. I would hate to have to exit and reboot. Especially in the middle of the live stream, right? But we'll give it a quick try here. It's not going to work. Steam is not happy, folks. So what we'll probably have to do is I'll probably have to unfortunately end the live stream. What's downloading? And I'll have to restart. But we'll give it a second. Well, there we go. No, it looks like it worked. Oh, no, we're not going to... That's a garbage game anyway. We're going to close that out. Alright, it looks like maybe we can work now. There we go. Oh, goodness. Glad I don't want to have to restart the live stream. It's just a hassle. Okay, and there we go. Now we can connect. Oh, man. Okay, what a relief. Alright, well there we have it. We're back. And it looks like things haven't moved much. There's a lot of work for the umpires to do. Now that we are back, let's go ahead and turn myself off. And we will start talking to Jan and others and see how they're doing. Let me set this up. Okay, alright, looks like we're good. And Justin is talking to Jan, so we're going to pop in there.
In the south and east, you can see they report, and you can vaguely see from your heights a horseman in red standing there, and also a column of, you guess from relative heights, foot marching out onto the heights to the southeast of 6th. The skirmishers there are reluctant to push forward because cavalry, but they're observing from close enough that they can fall back across the creek.
I see. The cavalry is way out of the range of our guns, right?
Not way out, but your gunners don't think they can do anything to them at that range now.
Yeah, okay. Better just save the ammunition. So the enemy infantry is marching onto the heights or the ridge.
Yes. Sorry?
Um,
Oh yeah, onto the ridge south and southeast of you.
yeah.
The 6th was also reporting that they can see further enemy infantry arriving at the Payne farm to your southwest.
Well, I think we pull the 6 back then, right? Yeah, if they're moving onto the ridge.
That's Carlos' decision for now. Let them be there.
Okay, I'm just afraid that they might get cut off if the enemy get on the ridge and then they have cavalry south of them and enemy infantry to their east, and they won't be able to get back here. Does Carter know that they're moving onto the ridge?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Presumably they're reporting to Carter as well. I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't think the cavalry can easily cross given the weather situation and ground situation, the Muddy Creek. So,
Yeah, given the creek situation, you think it's probably unsafe for them to cross anywhere except for at known crossings.
Okay. Well, I guess the skirmishers should just do whatever they can within reason and try and stay far away from the cavalry. And other than that, we're just going to stay here on Brown.
All right, thank you.
I got it from Robin, but I have to do it in person. Not from Robin, from Carter. I have to do it in person. Because he didn't send a letter, he sent a rider.
Okay, but did he send it this turn or did he send it last turn?
Now.
Okay, well then it'll arrive next turn.
It'll arrive next. Now.
If you send it now, it'll arrive in 1 update's time.
No, he sent it last turn, so it arrives now.
Okay, go ahead.
So the rider says originally he was from the front line, from the 6th E, so right at the front with the skirmishes. He said that he rode back and he said he saw a lot of smoke and potential enemies near them. So he rode back to Carter, tell Carter that there's potential enemies, and then Carter ordered to go to you to report to you their potential enemies. That's it.
Where were the enemies?
South of, the skirmishes.
Yeah.
So the guy said that there are potential enemies near them.
Okay, we probably saw like dust clouds or something.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
fair
the message.
Thanks.
I'll go back.
Yeah. So then we have enemy infantry moving in south of the skirmishers and enemy infantry moving onto the ridge in the southeast. And we have cavalry still at Payne, I think, on the hill.
Probably, yeah.
Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Well,
Hello,
hello. I am live streaming, and I already got Achilles' kind of view or vantage point of the battle. Now I want to get yours. What's the situation? What's your read on the enemy? What's the plan? What do you want to share with all of the people watching the live stream right now?
Vive la République. So the overall situation is that the Republican forces, numbering about 9 divisions, are marching on the capital, Vermillion. And unfortunately, we are separated by the big major river that runs through it. So we have 2 divisions on the east bank, and we were cut off because the current is running strong and the pontoon wouldn't really hold up and provide a secure passage across the river. So we decided to give it up and deploy here at Hazel River and Muddy Run because we thought that would be a feasible defensible position against a force that is assumed to be double the size than our forces we have at hand. That is double the cavalry amount mounted and double the strength in total. So the overall plan is to survive the day and inflict as many casualties on the enemy as we can, And then in the cover of the night, which should probably be, given that we are in end October, about 5 p.m. or so. So let's say 6 or 7, try to sneak away to the south and join Dubois' divisions at the capital. Our main defensive line is here at the Brown Farm, with some field works and obstacles against cavalry attacks and such. And from there we'll see how it goes. We have one mounted cavalry division either to counter enemies crossing the Kuhn forts there and pin them in place so that our artillery can play on them, or to go along route and circle around for a flanking attack. Who knows?
Which side has Sam Miller?
Sam's on the other team.
Ah. Well, I
Yep.
think we know what the outcome's going to be, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Everyone's recovering from cold, so I have this cough. Justin, you can tell he's been sick. You hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
We've all, I mean, everybody in the IKS. You had a vacation, and now you're back and you're having this kind of dicey week. We've been
Yep.
talking the past few days. Everybody is it's just kind of chaos. It's the start of the summer season, at least here in the United States for us, more or less. The kids are out of school and everything, but yeah, everything is in a state of flux, if you will, change.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
How
So
fitting.
so uh, what if you don't win? What if, I mean, how much work have you put into the character of Jan Heinemann in the Republic, First Consul Heinemann? How much work have you done for the roleplay here?
Oh, so much. I mean, I'm still need to catch up with the book thingy, but I don't know how many pages I've written by now. More than 60. And there's a lot going on. I mean, that's what I love about the campaign. It's yeah, put all the unfortunate things aside, the chaos we had with resolving the strategic military layer and all that stuff, but
Mm.
the role-playing investment is high, and there's so much lore and different interesting characters and so on going on, and that's what I really appreciate.
So, how many chapters did you devote to the Emperor's dogs? Did you put both of them in one chapter, or one chapter for each dog?
They don't have a dedicated chapter, but they are of course mentioned several times. Yeah.
As appropriate, as appropriate. So that the people who get are watching the live stream get the joke is I was actually the Emperor. Jan rebelled against me, and deposed me as Emperor and took over the Vermilion Republic. And one of the idiosyncrasies, I thought, well, if I'm going to have this Emperor character, he has to have some really bizarre weirdness, because all very powerful people are just kind of weird in some bizarre way. So, in my personal life, I've got 3 dogs, and the dogs are pretty important. And so I thought, well, what if the Emperor had this ridiculous, outsized devotion to these 2 dogs? Like, they're the most important thing in his world, to the point that when the Emperor talks about anything, he mentions the dogs first. It's a joke, but one of those things. But yes, Jan has written a book. I've read the first few parts of it. I don't think I have access to it anymore, or at least the last time I looked, it was not updated. So it's been a while, but we're looking forward to reading it. And it remains to be seen if this is going to be the last chapter, or if this is going to just be the first volume. This could just be the first volume, or it could be the last chapter. How does that make you feel?
A bit nervous,
Yeah.
but on the other side, on the other hand, I was supposed to be dead before, so there's that.
That's true. You did experience an unfortunate accident, as I recall.
Yeah.
And
Dave allowed me a die roll, and I was lucky enough to survive.
yes. All right. Well, hang in there, and yeah, it's a big deal, people. We invest a lot in the role play and the character development. We write stories. It's a hobby. It's something to do. It's fun and it's entertaining and it's rewarding. And personally, I found that it's a way of learning about myself. You know,
Mhm.
it really has some actual practical real world value because you learn more about yourself and other people and so on. And I don't know, it's just a very insightful thing to do. So good luck, Jan, and we'll see how
Mhm.
this battle goes, okay?
Yeah, talk to you later.
All right, talk to you soon. All right, there you go, folks. So, why the role play? That's a good question that people may ask, and the answer is when we were playing early Kriegspiel games, what people were doing is they would take all of their units and push them together and smash everything in the middle. And it's kind of like if you've ever played poker. I use this analogy. And you play with a person who doesn't play a lot of poker, but they know the general rules. And so they go all in every hand. Can you imagine playing against a person who does that? Um, it ruins the experience of the poker game because that's not a very intelligent strategy. And you could have some decent cards in your hand, but this other guy's going all in. And you're like, well, I don't know, pair of jacks versus someone going all in, I'm going to fold. And you're throwing away a hand that might otherwise be playable because somebody's going all in. And just the same way that ruins the poker game, people kind of pushing all their pieces to the middle and then rolling a bucket of dice kind of spoils the whole Kriegspiel. So we came up with this idea that if we get people emotionally invested in their commands, if we have a perpetual order of battle that is updated and you have to live and suffer with your losses, then people are going to be a lot less likely to say, I'm going to go all in and push everything to the center. They're going to be a lot more thoughtful and considerate in how they play. And for the most part, that has been successful. I mentioned the name Sam Miller earlier. Sam Miller is known for being the guy who goes all in every time, which strangely seems to pay off for him more than it costs him. But that's his reputation, and that's the joke behind Sam Miller. But yeah, we want people to play intelligently, to take the game kind of seriously, and not just to kind of treat these as throwaway blocks, but to put themselves in the shoes of an actual commander. These are human lives that you're responsible for. How do you steward or shepherd these soldiers so that they not only win the battle, but they also go home in one piece? So it has improved the quality of our games. But it has also made for some emotional things because, again, you invest not just 5, 6, 8, 10 hours into a game. You invest literally weeks to even months with hours and hours and hours each month into your character development and into your world building and your army and all of these other things. Now, if your army gets defeated, if you lose, you feel it in the gut. It bugs you. It's kind of like a bad breakup for a few hours. It's quite an experience. But again, having those kinds of stakes changes the way that people play, and that helps people learn more about themselves, which I think is the true value of the experience. All right, let's go back to the Empire Room and tune in there. I'm not going to talk the whole time. I don't have the voice for that. I've been sick. But we'll listen in, and I'll try to keep the screen sort of zoomed out just a bit. And it may be hard to see what's going on, but if I pick up my orange pin here, yeah, well, here you go. Just the general idea is this. The forces under Achilles are in this arc here. They're actually more like here. Right here where the orange is, these are Achilles' force. forces. That's Achilles. Okay, forces of the Republique are right here, actually right to here. It's a very small area. I don't want to draw on the map because I don't want to disturb the empires. And basically, Achilles is trying to attack here. Trying to attack. Well, really, his main attack is going to be here. The plan is for the main attack to go here. But yeah, he's setting up along here. Main attack here on the right. Looks like a probing attack here on the left. A flanking attack, but I don't know that he's investing much force into it. This looks like Republic forces here. And that's important because they're cutting off a line of communication that's pretty direct. We see that. Yeah, these are Jan Heinemann's forces. So that's an important position right there. That's a big deal. That's going to prevent direct communication. I think Sam can win here. The Hussars and then the Lancers in particular will win here. Oh, look, they're already retreating. See that arrow? They're already retreating. So Sam will probably push in. But that line of communication is going to make it hard. So this is a pretty critical deployment here. Quite savvy. Here's a strong point here. I don't know that it's tenable, especially once artillery sets up here or here. This is going to be lost. But this is just a forward deployment. Right here, of course, is the main position with earthworks and everything. If Achilles can break through here, come around the backside, it could be a done deal. And these horses here would be the anvil, and these horses here would be the hammer. But who knows? Who knows? You could also just kind of push directly here through brute force. And in fact, this is probably the weak point in the enemy line. If you were to push through here with brute force. Because the Republique is deficient in artillery, you can actually approach through these woods and come through. Of course, that's going to have its own challenges. But we know Achilles' plan is to come here on the right and probably hook over to the left. Let's see what Jan does. Oh, Sam is on the right flank near the river. Oh, and here I am in the... Am I in the Empire? No, I'm not. Okay, I don't want to be disturbing you guys. Alright. Alright, I'll plug into the Empire channel while I go and grab my coffee. Get my morning started properly.
Right back. That's fine. Who do we got? Is Crusader doing anything?
No, Crusader's not doing anything.
Okay, no problem. You're just getting information from Gen TJ. Okay. Achilles continue on his line of march. Achilles and Blazer.
What did you say?
Suta.
Yeah.
Any changes from Achilles and Blazer, or are they continuing on the march?
They're continuing.
Okay.
Wasn't there a dispatchment that should arrive to Achilles? I know. Didn't someone send a dispatchment to Achilles last turn? I have already moved them. Unless we're starting next turn.
Okay, if you've already moved these guys this turn, then that's fine. Okay. I didn't send any dispatches. Let me have a look at the other channels and see if someone left.
Someone mentioned. I think it was Jen or Sam. Maybe it was. Or
he did. So he sent it at 13:45. Okay, so yep.
Right.
I'll drop them in Achilles' channel. If it's not already there, it's not. So that's fine.
Yeah, you do that.
Okay, sent. Okay, so that's there. So just waiting for update from Jen. Anything from Carter?
Yes, he wants to go up here on this hill himself.
Okay.
If he sees enemies, of course not. Then, like,
So we'll see how far forward these guys are going. Yeah, these are going to form. So he will.
he will go directly towards the firing line.
Yeah, he'll get here, and then he'll see them, and
He was like,
that-
"Oh shit."
well, they're not going to attack him from there. They're just going to be. They're forming for the attack. So he'll see them, and he'll have a chance to end his turn there, and then go, I should be elsewhere. Move this guy here. We'll put this brigade up here as well. Let's change these into line as well. So these have got little buttons on the back, which is how we do it. Okay, can you move the 11th up and put them in a similar formation behind these two? Or I can do it. I'll do it. Line, line, line. Okay, and then I will, unless ordered to the contrary, these guys are going to try and engage from here, which they're not going to do much, but they will at least do something. So they are firing. They are 2s, so they are firing. Yep, they don't do anything significant damage, but they are firing on them. So the first shot's been fired.
Over here in the middle, from the skirmishes.
This unit here of skirmishers is firing on these guys here.
Yeah.
They're skirmishing from behind the run. All right. So what is Robin doing up here? Is Robin just trying to get out?
Yeah, full retreat.
Okay.
Back on the road.
No problem. His back one, yeah, he can get everything out. So he can get everything
Isn't
out.
the enemy charging in?
No, they're probing. They don't want
Oh.
to charge them in the trees either. So if they're pulling out, he just gets out. He can get them to here. Forming up like so.
We put cavalry right next to the forest. Why?
So,
It's the choice.
Gen TJ wants the 1st Division to attack towards Kuhn and the Muddy Run crossing.
Yep.
But not too heavily. And if the cavalry sees a chance, they should go through the crossing to Kuhn.
Okay.
But I imagine they're going to get stuck on the skirmishers here.
I
Yeah.
mean,
So they'll probably.
Cavalry is not going to get stuck on skirmishers, but they may. I mean, that sounds like, yeah, that's why they can try and charge them, and if skirmishers fall back fast enough, they can see if they form squares on the other side, the cavalry won't try and force crossing in squares. But that in turn will pin these guys down.
So yeah, he wanted 1st Division to attack the Muddy Crossing and go and part of it go to Kuhn too, and with part of the infantry, 2 brigades, 2 regiments from the hill supporting the cavalry, and he wants the artillery to set up and shoot towards Brown.
Okay, so that'll be forming about somewhere around here is where he wants the artillery to go.
Yeah.
Which will also be in range of their guns to shoot back at them, but that's fine.
Okay, Gen TJ also wants to be with close to the assault.
Okay, so these guys are going to be forming around here, and he is going to ride over here, I gather. So he can ride.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, so I'll move Gen TJ over here. Can you form? Have you already moved these people across?
Oh no, not yet. I haven't moved any of Gen TJ's.
Okay. No worries. So I'll move them into line. Hang on. I'll move them into line to say here.
I'll go ask him for clarification.
What sort of clarification? It sounds clear to me.
Justin, just so you know, if you want me to move anything on the table, you can just ask me and I'll do that for you.
All right, cheers. Can you bring the 14th up behind the others? You're comfortable with the buttons?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you. If you can bring them up just to here and start the guns heading towards this line here. Have them moving about 2 grids on this ground.
Yeah, so Gen TJ is gonna be moving toward the assault of the crossing.
Okay, where did we put him? I moved him down here, did I? Oh, he's over here. Yep, so he's moving over here. He can get here. From over here, he can see the skirmish fire there. In fact, I will go one better. I'll put him here. I'll give him room to be right here in the middle of this wad, so you can see the skirmish fire from here. You can also see Carter observing from over there.
Oh god, what happened? Why is Carter there?
He rode up to have a look what was going on, and he saw an assault rolling towards his position.
Justin, have you got any smoke things that you want to place on the table, or?
I can do one. Yep. For the skirmishes?
Yeah, just for a little visual.
Sure.
Remember that Gen TJ ordered the cavalry to assault towards Kuhn, so he's gonna be in the way.
Oh, he's got, yeah, so we'll have that be one. These guys are starting to move up, so Carter will observe. These guys are starting to move towards the line, and in the next update, these guys will try and sweep these off the field. Okay, so these guys are starting to move towards the crossing, and the next update, they're going to try and charge them, and the skirmishers will try and fall back fast enough to get into their parent formations and square. If they get caught in the open, they'll get ridden down.
Alright, so I'll just take a screenshot of this, I guess.
Okay, we move.
Since he rode through all of it, does he get a wider screenshot since he's been personally through all of this?
Yeah, if you can do it. Do you know how to do the tracing screenshots?
I do not.
Okay, I'll do them. So you'll be smaller in distance, but it'll be longer. So I'll do one like.
Oh, and I think Sam's message would have gone into Achilles by now. I mean, this turn.
Yeah.
Alright.
I think Justin sent it.
I deleted
Achilles.
it.
Okay.
But yes. Hang on. There we are. That's about right.
14, 15?
Yeah, 14, 15. And I'll drop. Hang on,
We're disconnected again.
Disconnect.
Oh, not again. Someone.
Took one screenshot.
Christ's sakes. This is going to be a bad one because I haven't had a chance to save it this time. Let's back up.
Alright.
Wait, might be one better. So, autosave 3.
Oh, failed to connect.
I can't find the server.
What?
The server is not up.
No, can't see it.
Peter's in.
There.
Yeah, just clear the server name and then type it back in again, and it pops up.
Yeah. Now I'm joining, I hope.
Okay, I'm just
There
got
we
a
go.
little bit of patchwork because it fell behind.
Okay, oh, it restarted.
Oh, I only have gray now.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah, it restarted.
What happened?
It went back.
Some of you guys
I
will
only
need
have
to be promoted
Oh, colors.
and your colors assigned.
Can you assign your colors, or are they all off the? Oh God,
You can assign them
mistake.
colors, Jason.
I can't. It's
Justin.
not actually on my options.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this, but I will. I will clear the table, then I'll reload it. So clear the table. We're in here. Is it only the 4 colors here? Why is it doing
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I only see 4 colors.
How many
Why does it
players
do
did you set it for?
10.
Okay.
Sandbox. Can we have more players? No.
Okay, a little bit of technical issues. This is the interesting thing. We are the International Kriegspiel Society, so we have people playing from all around the world. Justin, whose name is Crisis on here, is hosting and running the game. He's the lead umpire on this game. And he is from Australia. So that's where our hosting is in Australia. And no, we don't want to create, we want to join. Menu. And he's probably having to relaunch his tabletop simulator. There could be some assets in here. There's a lot of blocks and other things on the table that are probably slowing things down, making things a little tough. We have learned that there are some upper limitations when it comes to tabletop simulator, and we kind of have to respect those, otherwise things start to get really wonky. So we'll be back in action momentarily, so now's a quick little break time. Good time to make your way to take a comfort break, if you will, and then we'll be right back. Sorry, commercials, right? If we're gonna have a commercial, let's have a commercial. Okay, let's just have a commercial, right? Let's see here. As you know, we have a Patreon. You can support the IKS at our events. Hey, look at the map. Look at the image on the Patreon. You can click here and join. And we actually have an exclusive post that I posted just early this morning. We had an exclusive K22 battle that I ran yesterday, which is visible only to people who are patrons. So you'll be able to check that out if you subscribe. Also, anybody who subscribes gets a free copy of the K22 rules. We pull those up. That's right. We'll never let a good crisis go to waste, right? And those are here. And I am going to be doing some additional updates on artillery ranges. Artillery update is coming next. There's a little bit of an overhaul coming for that. But yeah, here we are. It's all here. We also have physical pieces of blocks coming. And we also have a store. Let's see here. Let's see. Well, that you can buy merch for the IKS. And in fact, I am drinking coffee out of my very own IKS mug, which I'll show you here. There we go. We got it right there. All right. My son is giggling like crazy in the background. Yeah, it's typical for him. He's a happy boy. Let's see if Tabletop Simulator is back up. Again, I apologize for the issues. It'll take them a minute to get sorted once it's back up. There we are. And it looks like we should be back in action. And the umpire issue is resolved with the colors. So, looks like we're good to go. Alright, let's get back into it.
14. No, you did not for Gen TJ at least. You said you would do some running line
Oh,
screenshot. I'm not
that's-
sure how.
That's when it crashed. Okay, so I'm going to save before I try and do it again. Alright, and I'll try move these guys up too. Because we hadn't quite done that before. Move to the middle of this line. Okay, and then we had... So move these guys to here as if they're about to form into line. Okay, I'll save again.
You know, I think the cavalry would have already started attacking since they were already in this spot in two orders ago.
They had to get into line. They had to get into line. They've been ordered to move up, so they form. They start moving up.
So they're all in line now.
Yeah, that. There's no reason to send two. There's no reason to send 2 brigades in. They're not going to waste themselves doing that. Like 1 brigade will be plenty, or it won't do, or 2 brigades won't be enough. And cavalry tends to spend itself quickly, so they'll commit a brigade. All right, let's see if I can do this without it crashing.
Oh, these guys in the back probably haven't been moved.
Okay, and that is to go to Mr. Chen. There we go.
Oh yeah, that looks pretty cool. All right, so I'll go to Jen now.
Yep, and I'll take the screenshot. I'm going to need to, Theo. If you're here, I'm going to need to erase your lines because I'm still trying to take the screenshot.
I'm
I'll leave it.
moving.
He's elsewhere. Okay, I'll go talk to Luke's.
Justin, I'll just do my... Oh, he's gone. Just as I was about to speak, Marshall.
And what was his name? Achilles sent a dispatchment to Gent and one to Sam. Yeah.
Okay, what are we doing?
I don't know. See when would. How fast do the couriers travel?
Couriers travel about 12 squares. Yeah.
All right.
Again, with a bit of deviation, depending on the terrain, but they move very fast.
Yeah. This one has to go forest.
Yeah, add in whatever downgrade on that movement as you see fit. It's fine.
Let's see, where are the commanders over here? There's Sam.
Okay, I finished Sam's. He wants to farm up in a charge column. Okay, but he's not there yet. That's
Sam
a
should
hill.
receive it. Sam should receive a dispatchment next turn. So maybe-
1430?
yeah.
Alright.
What's 1430, sorry?
Achilles is sending a dispatchment to Sam.
Okay, which will arrive. It's currently 1415. So if he sends a dispatch, yes, it will arrive 1430.
Yeah, I've already done his 1430 movement.
And then
I
there's
don't know if
one
he would be up there.
Let's see, where's Jent?
A Crusader may be moving forward. I'm not sure what's going on here yet.
Just chilling.
Yeah, that's Jan's moved
there
over
he is.
to that. So because he wasn't actively involved in any engagement, I've moved his forces as he wanted to. So
So he's over there with Crusader now. All right.
yeah.
No
Also, Jen wanted his infantry to be in a double line to the west a little bit more than here.
Sorry, Jen wants his troops in a double line. Okay. So he wants them to be up here, does he? Okay.
Just no, to the west and south a little bit more, and it's only the artillery that's going to be that far forward.
Okay, so he wants like a line, like along here.
Yeah,
Okay.
like a little west.
Okay.
And it's like a double line, I think.
Double line. All right, well, we can do that.
Achilles also want the dispatchment towards Jent. And I think that will arrive next turn too.
Yep, probably.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm still receiving Gen TJ's orders. Sam's is done.
All right. Well, while we're getting the rest of Jen's orders, what's going on with Robin up here? Is he just?
Okay. His character wants to go up here to Jan. He's up here.
Okay.
So that's the first thing. Is the guns want a little bit more like here in the south, so like this.
Okay, so he uses dragoons to form behind
And
there.
he just starts one like another line up here in the north, or something like that.
Okay.
And they said if the enemy goes out to the forest, the dragoons should charge them.
No problem. So he goes up here in search of Jan and finds Jan is not there, but he will be co-located with Luke's in the next update. Meanwhile, these guys are coming through the trees to here.
Oh, they're going to be ambushed by so many cavalry there.
I mean, they should know. Like they already saw them. But...
Yeah. They knew that they were there. But...
Achilles is sending a dispatchment to Blazer. I assume it arrives this turn?
He'll arrive in 1430, yes.
1430.
These guys charge.
Alright.
These guys are going to have a little fight. Okay, so we've got a battle here between 2 and 2. There's an advantage to the red side.
Both of them are right.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Advantage to the red side. So it'll be. No, okay, it's not working. Why is it not working properly? There we are. This isn't working at all. That board has died for some reason. I'll clone it down here.
Or are you struggling to retrieve the dice, are you, Justin?
No, just he wasn't rolling them. He was just lifting the board up and down.
Cool.
Okay, so they fight. There's no substantial damage to either side, but the dragoons are driven off.
What about the rest over here? Those here?
Oh, they'll file into the trees behind there. They're here at the moment. These dragoons have been pushed back, but there's no substantial damage to either side.
Good.
So honestly, I expect they're going to say, fuck this, we're badly outnumbered, we can pull back, but we'll see how that goes.
So I'm gonna move Robin in the voice chat to Jan. No,
when we
actually
get
Jan
to
is
the next
not there,
update.
never mind.
Not just yet, but he'll join Luke's. Because Luke's is there.
Good.
Okay, so these guys are forming up. These guys are trying to rush forward. Let's see if the lights pull back fast enough.
Okay, new orders over here in the middle.
New orders for where, sorry?
Here, where are you doing the orders right now?
I was looking here, yes.
So
they
he
ordered
wants
to do?
all of those infantries called
Okay.
outside Coon and form a line there.
He wants
all of
these
them.
infantry to fall back to Luke. To
Yeah,
Coon,
all of them. All infantry skirmishes.
Is this for a 1415 or a 1430?
We're 14-15. We're still executing the orders for 14-15.
Okay.
Okay, so these guys do manage to get back across the creek. He wants them to run that way, okay? So he's got them falling back towards Coon.
And himself also. So he'll be able to.
Alright, and we'll see whether they manage to form a square in time.
Okay, so he wants orient 2 brigades toward the crossing of the Muddy Runs. Once the cavalry clears the skirmishers, they are to attack across the crossing nearest to them. So they're going to attack into that infantry that just retreated.
Okay. They are going to catch one of them out of square.
I mean, they have to cross water. Did you consider that?
Yep, that's why the advantage counted. I rolled to see will they form square, and these two form square if they have an advantage. The advantage is that they were crossing a river. So they did.
He wants 1st Division to assault across the Muddy Run as well.
I think given the ground and the orders in place, they'll be trying to move north. They'll be heading north towards the Muddy Run crossing here.
Well.
I mean, you could send one brigade out this way.
Oh wait, no, he wants it toward Coon, yeah. Okay, Muddy Run towards Coon for 1st Division.
Okay. So they have
cavalry.
They have 3 brigades, so I'll move one of these brigades, move 9th Brigade this way.
Where's Rixeyville?
And 10th and the 11th will head this way.
Are the guys up the hill able to see to Coon and see all that stuff?
These guys up the hill?
Yeah.
They'll see the action, yeah.
Yeah.
Artillery should be shelling the fortifications.
Well, the artillery's still moving up, so we'll tell him that
Not
in his next
engineers.
update. Don't jump ahead, but yeah, when it's his next turn, tell him that the artillery is still moving up. Now we've got a little engagement here, but these guys are caught in the open. That is 2-2-2. So that is going to be against which we got spectacular. All right. I'll give them an extra 2 green dice. Because they are caught out of square. Yep, so these guys are in disarray. They will, hang on, what's the word I want? 2, that's what I want. breaking. They're falling back between there. These guys did take a hit, but these two are here. So they dealt a punching blow to that. In fact, they dealt a punching blow to that. Not shattered. There we go. And that's falling back this way. That's the situation there at the moment. Where are the... There it is. These guys are moving up here in good order.
Just the supplies here will be still moving.
Which supplies? These guys, yes, they will still be moving up slowly. The artillery and the supplies. Okay, that's everything, I think. I'm going to save again in case we have another crash. And let's get to 1430.
Okay.
Sam Miller's first.
All right, there you folks saw it. The forward position along the muddy run has been pushed back a little by the cavalry. You see the big effort here in the center, just south of the area marked Kuhn on the map, under where Carter has his headquarters. But the main attack, and it's already 2:30 if I understood correctly, the main attack is coming in on the right, and it still has to march, form, get in position, and drive through before sunset, which is probably around 6:30 p.m. if this is in October. So time is not on the United Vermillion side. Justin, you're here. How are you feeling?
If you'll bear with me, I'll be right back. I'm just going to brief Luke, so I'll be right back.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll ask Justin his kind of overall vision of the scenario, and maybe ask, what the basic idea is, or the general idea is for the two sides. And then, of course, we'll see how that plays out. Peter, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm here, and yeah, it's going really well. Justin's done a very good job with trying to emulate the scenario from the campaign onto this actual battle. So it's very pleasing.
Nice. The only thing that throws me is the American names on the map, but otherwise, it's an excellent choice for this scenario.
What could you do to make them more Frenchified?
There's nothing you can do. This is the
No,
best.
there isn't.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
No,
It would take a heck of a lot of work.
no. If it was maybe an Italian or non-Italian, you could put IO on the end of it, I guess, or 140.
Right.
Yeah, but France doesn't allow you to do that. Or maybe
No.
an EU. Maybe an EU.
Yeah.
Yeah, 140. That'll do it.
No, it's the perfect map for this event, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I understand Jan and his forces can't get across the river. You would think it was Rock Creek.
I wouldn't know. I'm not historical like that, I'm sure.
Well, Rock Creek is an inside joke because
I know it
when
is.
we ran our, and I'm saying this for the benefit of people watching the live stream, we ran a Gettysburg game, and there was this tiny water feature called Rock Creek, and players asked if that was fordable. And this is attributed to me, but I actually wasn't the one who made the call. But whoever the umpire was came back and said, no, it is not fordable. Well, Rock Creek in real life is just a tiny little stream, if anything. So it, especially in the aftermath of the battle, it was a source of great amusement to see pictures of the actual Rock Creek and find that it's entirely unfordable in the game. But of course, the Empire's decision stands, which is part of what that represents. But yes, the meme inside the International Kriegspiel Society is that the only impassable water feature is Rock Creek. That you're just never going to get across it. It's incredibly deep. The Titanic is down there. Malaysia Airlines is down there.
It's the inverted Red Sea, basically. Moses can cross the Red Sea, nothing can cross Rock Creek.
That's right. That's right. Pharaoh's army is at the bottom of Rock Creek. Justin, I wanted to ask, and I don't know because you're very busy, but I wanted to ask, what was the general idea for both sides? The basic,
general idea here, the general idea for the government forces is that they've taken the chance to finally pin the Ionists, and so he can't march away again. And they need to demonstrate the might of the new government force, and finally deliver him a sizable blow and basically destroy his credibility.
Mm-hmm.
The reverse of that is that the liberals, if they can drive off the superior numbers fighting them, then they prove their credibility and they can potentially break free either south or west, or get maneuvering room again to get free of the cavalry encircling them to try and continue their march on Vermilionville.
What?
A neutral victory, like a balance, a indecisive engagement, will probably favour the government forces.
What are the kind of the basic Kriegspiel problems for the two sides?
I would say it's a bit of an antietam. It's interior lines against superior forces.
Mm-hmm.
So with the water, yes, the water is choking off the retreat of the liberal forces, but at the same time, it's restricting the approaches that Achilles' forces can take. They can only approach across crossing points or around the flanks. And while Heinemann has abandoned his original position at the crossing, at the weak pontoon, he's established a pretty good
defensive position.
Yeah, pretty good defensive position, and he's been given time to develop some defensive positions on it. There's some field works, there's some logs and sticky works, and so on. Now it's not perfect. There's still room for his position to be turned or to focus a lot of firepower on a restricted point.
Yeah. Well, and then we have the issue of time. I think I heard you say that this was a 2:30 turn.
Yes.
What's the time increment for this game? 15, 30 minutes?
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
15 minutes. So there's only so many turns. What time is sunset? Like 6:30?
Twilight will happen about 6 p.m. and then it'll go into full darkness at 1900.
Okay. So, yeah, my goodness, Achilles has to get a move on.
He's sending his Hussar to the left.
Okay. Oh, and see, we've got Kunzak. Sorry, just one second. I'll just confirm if he's here for command. 1 second. Excellent. We have our first corps commander back for a bit. He is unwell / at work currently.
Yeah.
All right, so you've heard the general idea for both sides as well as some of their problems. I definitely think Achilles has the problem of time. He has a long train of forces. And it's going to be very hard because they're going to come up almost piecemeal to force that crossing. That's going to be hard. He needs his cavalry or his artillery up to batter that crossing right away. And I don't see any guns. I do not see any guns. His artillery train is in the back. I'm going to have to ask him about that. Because I don't see guns, and he's going to need guns. Alright, let's go talk to Achilles. Let's find out what the heck he was thinking. Hey, Achilles, how's it going?
All right. How are you, sir?
Just fine, thank you. I see that your Schwerpunkt is developing, or it's getting ready to develop there on the right. You've got your big, long column.
Yep.
And I was looking at your column, and I was like, where's the artillery?
The artillery should be with the Marines up on that plateau.
Up on the plateau.
To the left of where the M in Munford is. If the Marines are where they're supposed to be.
Okay. Well, I can't say too much because I have to preserve your fog of war.
No problem. But I just sent a dispatch to the Marine Division Commander asking for a situation report from him. I'm hoping that he's on his way to that location, and he has all the core artillery for the guard.
Okay. And then he's, I guess he's gonna batter his way across, or?
Yeah, he's gonna set up that artillery across from that ford that's just down the road just down that Mumford Road there.
Right.
And he's going to pound that point before we assault.
All right. Where's your avatar? I'm trying to see where you're at. You know, they should give you a distinctive color.
I am passing the intersection that's to the northwest of Beasley.
Oh, okay. So you're in the middle of the column.
Actually, I should be at the head of the column.
Let me see. Oh my gosh. Is this labeled? Oh, there you are. I see you.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, I see where you're at. Okay.
And I just dispatched the Hussars who came up from the southeast behind me. I just dispatched them to the left to go reinforce the 5th Infantry Division, which should be on the left.
All right. All right. Yeah, this is looking interesting.
I'll bet it is. I have this interesting suspicion that up in the northern part to the northwest of Brown and that big hill up there.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't know. If I were Jan, I would have concentrated. I would have put just enough force to hold those 2 fords to the south, and I would have concentrated the rest of my force up there in those woods, and then I would be coming in with a right hook.
Mm-hmm.
So, however, I am prepared for that. The 1st Cavalry Division is up there to give me warning and to slow them down, and I've got the 1st and 5th Infantry Divisions on my left, so they can go into defensive position, and then we become a hammer and anvil. So, if it all works, which of course it never does, it never works the way you think of it. But we'll see what happens, I guess.
All right. Well, I can't say anything that would give away game here.
No, of course not.
But absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Achilles, and good luck as this unfolds.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, there he is. I think we've read his plan of attack correctly. Hammer and anvil. He even said it himself. He is concerned that there could be units up here in the woods, but there are not. He doesn't have a lot to worry about, except he has a pretty serious problem. One is that his artillery train is at the very absolute rear of his column. And that is going to be a massive delay. it's going to cost him the one thing he cannot make more of, and he has the least of, in fact, which is time. That could prove decisive. He may be in a situation where he's compelled to force that crossing with infantry without artillery support, which is really quite unfortunate because Achilles definitely outguns the liberal forces, but the liberals, are somewhat entrenched, and without that artillery, it's going to be tough going. So this battle just got a lot more bloody, at least the forecast for it. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to I have to think who we're going to talk to next. But for the moment, let's go back down to the Empire channel.
Welcome back. No, Marshall's back. Welcome. With some devastating artillery fire.
What's that?
Some devastating crack artillery fire from the guard artillery on the ridge.
Oh boy.
They 2 hits to using a shot at long range at the government dragoons.
Oh boy. Well, it happens. He's got very little artillery. He does need to make good use of it, and I suppose that would qualify.
Yes.
So, as I like to say, the sun shines on a dog's rear end every now and then.
Very poetic.
Yes, well, thank you. Poet laureate of my 4th grade class.
Okay, so we've got fire here.
All right, so
All right, so let's take a look at some of the comments on the YouTube. Emmanuel is first. I want to make that very clear to everyone. He's there first. McKay is here. Hello, McKay. Good to see you. McKay was a powerful player in the Red versus Blue campaign until quite recently. Very important player, in fact. Spoiled a lot of plans for some people. Absolutely played masterfully. He represented the moderate faction, which was neither liberal nor conservative. Achilles being conservative, Jan being the liberals. And he played the part really, really well. Did a very good job. Kevin also adds, looks like a lot of cav for Achilles, and that's probably the case because in addition to government cavalry, moderate forces kind of split. So Jan has some of the moderates as well as Achilles. In fact, the forces around Kuhn House along Muddy Run are technically moderate forces. Carter is the one running those forces. So, all right. Thank you, Peter, for wishing us luck with the battle. And Sean, good to see you. Hello. All right, so Damon says, what is Jan's cavalry doing on the west flank? Looked like they were in perfect position to ambush Achilles' cavalry, but they appear to be running away instead. They are, and the reason is both sides have the same color pieces, which you probably know, Damon. And the forces of the government basically overwhelmed them, or at least spooked them into running away. And as we know in Kriegspiel, it's kind of a mental exercise, right? If someone gets in your OODA loop, if they get in your head, and you think, oh wow, they're bigger and badder than we are, then yeah, you might run away, and that's what they're doing here. They could be feigning a withdrawal to draw the cavalry into open ground, which is where they are. And they could turn around and countercharge now, and it would be a bloodbath for both sides, but it would neutralize the government attack. Conversely, if they don't do anything, which I don't think is going to happen, I think they will react or hold. Jan's headquarters on Brown Ridge would have to deal with the distraction, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. Of course, the other problem is if that cavalry does manage to bully its way around to the rear, that would cut off any retreat for Jan. I don't know how steep that hillside is, but with government forces crossing at Coon Crossing, let's say, at Muddy Run, that would surround Jan. So, let's see. Damon says, yeah, that puts enemy cavalry division in a position to threaten Jan's hilltop defenses. Yeah, but I don't even think that's actually in the cards. Like, you could see it, but again, because the Republique forces, the liberal forces, have 6 squadrons of cavalry versus another 6 squadrons of cavalry. 4 hussars and 2 dragoons versus 3 hussars and 3 lancers. I would say that the hussars and lancers would have a little bit of a tactical advantage if they went in. But I still think that the expense of doing that would be so great that the government cavalry would be spent basically neutralizing the Republic cavalry. Now, I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know what the strength is between the two or the quality level between the two. That can also prove decisive. So let's say the government cavalry is a better quality or stronger numbers. Then yeah, they could probably burn through those defenses, but I don't know. I don't know those levels. And the opposite could also be true. So, hello to Theo. Sean Mack said, hoping to see a great cavalry charge like in my battle. Yeah, we've had some good cavalry engagements. But alright. Yeah, we've had good cavalry engagements in past games. Not much here yet. But things will happen. Things will develop. I do think one is in store for today. But I don't think it will prove decisive to either side. But Achilles does not know, it seems, that his artillery is at the rear of his column, where it's going to do him the least good. The artillery should always be up at the front. In fact, Achilles and I talked about that in yesterday's game. We played a game yesterday. It's on the Patreon. It's a Patreon exclusive, so if you're a Patreon subscriber, you'll be able to see that game. But we actually talked about where do you put artillery in the column during the battle when you're expecting to encounter the enemy. Talked about that. Johansson, up the Republic Army. All right. Just a quick reminder, of course, if you are playing in the game, probably should not be watching the live stream because we're streaming the Empire table and you'll break your immersion. You'll see things that you should not see, that you don't want to see. But there you have it. I don't know if Johansson's playing. Johansson, I believe, is a player in the Red v Blue role play, the political thing. I don't know. Some of these names sound familiar, and I know some of you guys go by certain names on YouTube and other names on Discord. But I'm not always sure. Jimmy might also just be a YouTube subscriber. In either case, I'm glad you're all here. And no, he's not playing in the game, I don't think, so good. No danger. You should be playing in the game. Should be playing in the game, Jimmy. You can join the IKS and get in, if you haven't already. And that goes for everyone watching this live stream. You can participate every Saturday at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is like 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. or whatever Greenwich time. We play a game, and it goes for about 4 to 6 hours. Usually 6 hours is the maximum. Depending on how many participants, who's umpiring it, how much help they have, and what system they're using, the games can run between 2 to 6 hours. My games generally are shorter and quicker. They tend to run about 2 hours. I have my own system that's designed for fast play. And it takes about an hour to set up. So you're generally on the hook for about 3 hours total commitment. An hour of setup and 2 hours of play. But other people, they have bigger games. Like this, there's just a ton of units on the board. But it's a big battle. Okay, so Jimmy is Gauntlet in the RVB. Yay, Gauntlet. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. All right, there we go. Looks like Red is having quite the commander conference here. Oh, their commanders are in one place. I have a little meme for that I put in my module. Kind of make fun of that. I don't know why. Yeah. The commanders have a nasty habit of leaving their commands behind and gathering somewhere to chat to each other, but then they're not commanding their troops. But sometimes, yeah, sometimes you have to have a whole little caucus or whatever. All right. Sean says, sad, return to medieval where plate armored cavalry ruled the battlefield. Yeah, we've done some medieval stuff, and it works well. Sean says, I was one of the commanders at the Battle of the Three Rivers. I do want to get in, but the opportunity hasn't appeared yet. And Jimmy says, unfortunately, he could not participate today. That's a bummer. But yeah, we do want you guys in there. So we run these all the time. We can't always do them. We all have families and jobs and life in general. And we don't always have the free Saturday to play. We do have play by post. So those of you who can't get here on a Saturday, we have a lot of games where you play by post, meaning you get like a week or so to put your turn in, or a few days depending on the game. And you play when you have time. Alright, let's go back up to the umpires. And actually, I kind of want to go into red here and see what they're talking about.
They'll try and organize themselves.
Sure, that's good.
All right. I'm going to re-emphasize this time that I want to go to the top of the big hill and not the top of a hill.
I
And-
apologize, but let's make it. If there's a hill you have to climb, you're panicking, the enemy's just chasing you. You know. You didn't quite reach
I'm
it.
not panicking. I'm not
There's
panicking.
a
You are.
small river crossing.
You're shaking in your boots right now because you
And
pissed me
also
off.
changed your
No.
pants before, so that also you didn't change your pants.
I'll leave you to it.
So
You
know.
didn't change your pants.
I'm not panicking right now. You are. You're panicking, bro.
No.
You're shaking. You're quivering.
Yeah.
You're
Talking to
quivering.
God now, so be careful. Okay, any orders?
I want my 3rd Grenadier Brigade to go up to the top of that big hill where I intend to be.
And you want to also go to that hill?
Yes, like I said the first time.
Well, let's see if you're gonna make it this time.
No, Carter.
Behaviors.
I can ride a damn horse. I can get to the top of a hill.
Did you get that letter, by the way?
You sent me a letter?
No, I just got a letter and it's addressed to me, you, and Robin.
I did not. Oh, yes. Yes, I got it.
Wow, you guys have time to write letters? Unbelievable. How's it going? Unfortunately, I have to make the standard disclaimer because Lord Hugs is present. We are live streaming. We are live streaming. But how is everyone doing? Carter, I'm the announcer for today.
Yeah, yeah.
So I wanted to
Yeah,
check it. What hill are you headed to? The one north of Brown?
Yeah, the one northwest of Brown, which I said originally, but apparently Theoel didn't get the clue that I wanted to ride to the biggest hill. But
And what do you plan to do on that hill? You gonna have a picnic or what?
well, I was told that there was stuff going on to the north, so that's the only vantage point I can have of that. And I
Uh-huh.
want to know whether or not I need to redeploy guard units to guard that area as
Mhm.
opposed to just the south.
All right. All right. Why are you going and not sending a scout?
Because I want to see it myself.
All right. All right. You know, a general who cannot see the army with his own eyes cannot command it as it should be. That's Napoleon, right?
Yeah,
There you go. All right. How do you guys think it's going? You were initially in the south, weren't you, near Muddy Run?
that's right.
Yeah. Looks
I
like.
think I did a decent job in terms of delaying the enemy. Basically, just force them to deploy and then run the lights off.
Yeah.
And so that took them 2 hours from first spotting to deploying to running them off. And so now we've got just over 3 hours, maybe just under, somewhere around 3 hours until darkness. And so hopefully Lou can hold that long on this defensive line with breastworks and all that.
By the way, Carter, I think that cavalry in the field to the west is enemy, but I'm not sure. But looking at the latter, it does seem like it's enemy cavalry.
Yep, so that's why I'm sending the guard up to that hill, so that if the cavalry comes running up it, they can form square
Yeah, good.
and
Outstanding.
get your flank covered.
Lord Hugs, what are you commanding?
I'm commanding the entire Wehrmacht, and Gary Griggs is war in the east too.
Ah,
Yeah,
you're playing a
he's just
different
chilling.
game. By the way,
Yeah.
fun game. I've played it several times as the good guys, though, not as your bad guys.
I am the
And,
good guys. What are you talking about?
Are we the baddies?
Have you ever felt like Have you ever thought about the fact that we might be on the wrong side of history?
I
Of
mean,
course not.
we've got skulls on our caps.
Hey,
Anyway,
the Prussians did too. That's where it came from. So
yeah. All right, and I don't even know how to pronounce this name. Luki. You're gonna have
You
to
can
help.
call me Luke.
Luke.
Yeah, Luke's fine.
Luke, I am your announcer.
use the force.
Where are you at, Luke? Are you around Brown? I mean, you guys are all in the same room, so you must be near each other.
Yeah, he's the Orange Division commander there.
Oh,
I'm the leader of the moderate division.
oh my God, the moderates. Oh, okay, okay. Why did you guys join Heinemann and his ilk? Unbelievable, unbelievable.
Well, I
Prob-
just fell in with the wrong crowd, I guess. Yeah.
It happens. It happens all the time. Happens to me, like just last week. But we won't go there. Anyway, you guys feel pretty good about that position. I see a lot of field works.
I used to feel good about it when there weren't enemies to my east and west.
Yeah.
I'm
not sure
laugh.
why we picked this position in particular.
Uh-huh.
It's not particularly well anchored. It's
Yeah.
like there's not really, there's this big hill, but we don't have enough men to actually have a consistent front line. So it's kind of a problem. I feel like this is going to be our little bighorn here.
Well, Muddy Run isn't fordable except at the crossings, right? So I don't know. That was my understanding, but I could be wrong. But if that's the case, then I would think that your left is pretty well anchored. I mean, you should ask
have guards on the Wagger farm.
Well, maybe you should ask the umpire, because I could be wrong about that. But somehow I got the impression that they had to cross at the crossings I could be wrong. Ask the umpires. But if that's the case, then your left is well anchored. It's not such a terrible position. It's arguable. You know, because
Yeah, I just feel like we're getting fort necessitied right now. Not gonna lie.
yeah. Well, we'll see what happens.
It. I mean, to be fair, I think the impression that I got from the intel reports was that we're outnumbered 2-1
Uh,
or around there, at least in terms of cavalry. So, I think that Jan was trying to do something bold, and now it's starting to bite him in the butt. But our job, I'm not playing in the campaign. Our job is just to do the best we can, and so that's what we're gonna do.
yeah. Well, and remember, your view is kind of like you're looking through a straw, right? Or a
Yeah.
telescope or binoculars. Your view is relatively narrow. I remember when we did the Christmas coup, my view being narrow, I thought we were doing brilliantly because I was pushing the enemy right before me. And in actuality, we were losing on every other sector of the map. Um, and then to see the battle end and, oh, you lost, really? So you never know. So don't give up hope, certainly. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this turns out. This is an interesting battle with compelling problems on both sides. It'll be fun to talk about tomorrow during our podcast.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Carter, well, hang in there, Red Team. Good luck to all of you, and we'll talk to you all soon.
Yep.
Thanks.
Jan.
Marshall is back. Hello.
Hey, you haven't had victory? I went and got a cup of coffee and ate breakfast, and you still haven't won yet? Haven't lost yet either. It's only been one turn. How's it going? What's your opinion of the battle so far?
So here in the east we have probably a cavalry division in front of us, which isn't much of a concern unless they bring several batteries. And I think an infantry division coming up, but I haven't seen them in a while, so I don't know if they stopped and turned west again. I will soon find out. But we're reinforcing this position, and next I will be moving back to Brown to assess the situation over there. I hear the artillery has opened fire, the light infantry fell back, and that there is cavalry combat going on to the west. So now I'm a bit concerned about the force chasseurs. Will they be surrounded again?
Oh no. That would be the second time in history.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what's going on over there, but
well,
I think the light infantry did their job. They delayed the enemy force them to deploy, and now are falling back onto our positions.
yeah, it's a good use for them. This time their supporting elements probably are not. I don't know how many kilometers away they were in the original Red versus Blue campaign when you lost them, but that was something. Fortunately, you shouldn't have that problem now. So, all right. Well, hang in there, Jan. It's starting to get interesting from my perspective. I'm enjoying it. Both sides have some compelling challenges. And again, I'm capturing this. It's going live to YouTube. You'll be able to see everything later today or tomorrow and see what was really happening. And yeah. All right. Well, hang in there. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Sam Miller. How's it going, man? It's quiet. Maybe Sam's away. Sam must be away. The legendary Sam Miller is not at his desk. But anyway, I want to check in with Sam Miller when he hops on. This is his cavalry formation here. And that's what opposes him. Oh man. This will be interesting to see what he does.
Hello?
Hello, Sam. Welcome.
Oh, welcome. Yeah. Are
I
you?
I am live streaming. I am the announcer.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So Sam, I wanted to hear your thoughts on the situation and ask if you what your plans are. I know we joke about you. I continue to attack. But what are your actual thoughts and plans right now?
Well, I think in this battle I have not so a big role in it because I have to screen the infantry that is going to attack soon, like if they arrive. But I don't know when they arrived. But I tried to cross the river at the FD point. Like it's a little bit it's along the river to the east.
I see that on the
Um,
map. Yes.
yeah, but I couldn't cross it because I was trying to do an flanking maneuver to come from behind. But yeah, I couldn't cross the river, so I just followed my original orders. And now I'm waiting for the infantry to arrive.
All right.
What I think about this battle, honestly, not very much because in the Red vs Blue campaign, I'm like in Justania, and I can't do much right now. But I would like that Jan would lose because I don't like the Republicans.
All right. Well, fair enough, and that's part of the role play. That's great. Well, good luck, Sam. We will see how you do today. We are watching you. The people on the live stream know all about you. I've told them great stories of your courage and audacity, and we expect great things from you. Good luck today, Sam. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, there we have it. The legendary Sam Miller joins us for a brief interview. And contrary to his usual nature, he is not attacking, but he did try, by his own admission, to cross the river and outflank the enemy. Very typical Sam Miller move. But he is kind of in a tight spot. He really can't do much here. The Republicans are now defending the key points. I actually think the Republican defense is just about as solid as it can be. Again, I don't think they can do more to improve their position. Look at this cavalry up here. They have cavalry in the woods ready to ambush. So anything that comes through here is going to be neutralized by the cavalry. Yes, it will be an exchange. We've already talked about that. But basically, this northern flank is shut down for the duration of the battle. There is no scenario with the hours of daylight left in the battle where government forces flank around to the rear. Not going to happen. This is red victory right up here. That's what that is. Right here, nobody's punching through that front. Nobody. So at this point, these horses here serve only one purpose, which is to occupy these red forces, keep them distracted so they don't reinforce over here on the right. On the right, Achilles has the forces to punch through, even if he does a full-blown infantry assault. But he would be much better served if his artillery, which is here at the rear of the column, was actually up front. And it isn't. It's at the least useful, least helpful position. I don't even know if it can get up and get online. in the 3 hours of daylight that are left. In any case, it's going to be a suicidal attack across this crossing for the infantry into breastworks and artillery with reinforcements. Now, it does appear these are dismounted cavalry. Oh, there are guards in reinforcements, but that's not a strong infantry force. Those are dismounted cavalry. Oh boy. That's a weaker position than it looks. But it is not entirely vulnerable. Again, the breastworks, the guns, this reinforcement. If Achilles is audacious, I think he could push through. But he might not be. He's not going to know the quality of the men that oppose him. So chances are he'll come up, he'll stop, wait for his artillery, lose valuable time, finally try to push across, and it will be dark before he makes it. In which case, I don't know what happens. Now, we've heard it say that if this is kind of a stalemate, a draw, that red generally loses. But in order to claim a stalemate, the government forces at least have to bottle red. And if this cavalry up here isn't somehow neutralized, if there isn't some kind of a force here to intercept anything sneaking out this direction here, then I would almost say that's a red, at least it's a red escape. Heinemann can escape the trap. So, yeah, they've got to close this. They've got to close this. Now, this infantry unit is probably on the move to do just that. But they do need to do something. And look, they have troops here. Chasseurs are here. Cut off, but they're here. That's going to be a thorn in the side. Again, well positioned, but now they're cut off. Nonetheless, they could spoil or delay decisively the government attack on the left, or the government movement on the left. So we'll see what happens. So, red is in peril, but they're not doomed by any means. Not doomed at all. And blue, or I should say, the government forces, have an opportunity for victory, but that window is a lot more narrow than it appears. So that's my read of it. Okay, let's see here. David says, if that river were fordable, Jan wouldn't even be here, and the flooded river is the only reason he had to stand here and fight. Yeah. I think Muddy Run is not fordable. I think you have to cross at the crossings. So, and that's sensible, because if they could cross Muddy Run just about anywhere, then yeah, Jan wouldn't have a defense. It would be no point playing the battle. There'd be no problem. No significant problem for blue to solve. And when I say blue, I mean the government forces, the attacking forces. So, yeah. So, okay, we'll drop into the umpires. I'll shut up for a while, and we'll let this run. Where are the umpires? Where's the umpire channel? There it is. All the umpires are out giving updates. But here we are.
There we go. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Hello.
So let's see. These dragoons over here. They are. Wait, hold on. No, someone is calling me.
Justin, one question now. How do you make the pickets?
Hmm?
How do you make the little skirmish stream, the pickets from these pieces?
I flip them over, and then I click on. So who's it for? Sorry. Like, is it for cavalry or for infantry?
I'm back again.
Welcome back. So Peter, are you over here?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, for the infantry, you're trying to do cavalry pickets, cavalry vedettes, or
No, it's an infantry picket. No, it's he sent a staff member back to this question mark ford, and obviously it is a fordable position now. So he want so Crusader is going to send a picket, a skirmish screen up there just to oversee the.
Okay. And who is he? Does he have control of the young guard here, or is he
He's
just?
been given control. Yeah, Jan gave him control.
Okay. All right, no problem. Let me add a note then. So I'll say they each have a skirmish token, and we'll detach. So you're saying eighth party. You click on the manpower token, basically.
Oh, okay.
But they have a finite number of them, so I'm just trying to keep a note on the token that's been deployed.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Very good.
So the dragoons over here.
Mhm.
Who commands them?
Dragoons over here are commanded by Jen indirectly. Yeah,
All
Jen as first corps commander.
All right. So the hussars are ordered to attach to Jen.
Okay.
So I assume they will arrive next and be and they will be.
Yep.
You will inform him.
Yep, that he's just received some more cavalry.
Yeah.
This is really ending up being like Jen's battle because he's the only one who's currently directly engaged.
Yeah.
And everyone else trying to get engaged, but Jen's got all the forces in limited visibility.
So, Sam has a very interesting thing he wants to do.
You surprise me. What does he want to do?
He wants to go cross at Wager. He wants to go across the river. I told him that, and he still wanted to try it.
Okay.
That the river was pretty bad. He's gonna go in assault column to try and take Wager.
He understands he has cavalry, right?
I told him that.
Let the man do his thing. Come on.
Okay.
So I don't really know about the Blazier's troops here. I haven't moved them yet. They're moving in into battle position on the plateau.
Okay.
I'm not really sure how that works.
So who? Sorry, we're talking about the Blazers troops now.
Blazier,
Yep.
all his men are. Well, I
Okay.
assume they will get up in line over here.
Move them all up, say 2 more spaces up, and when they get in line to say here, they'll shake out into line.
All right.
These guys. So it'll still be like this as they're coming through the trees.
Yeah.
But as they come up, they can shake out into line. I'll let you move the rest of them up. Okay, Sam and his cavalry adventures. Is he accompanying his men?
Sam, I believe he is. Oh, actually, let me just check if he's accompanying his cavalry.
Absolutely, Crusader.
If he actually succeeds crossing the river, man, then
The growing legend of Sam Miller.
this is gonna be the first move, the end move.
The answer is probably no, he can't. But we'll roll for it.
We're gonna roll a 6 dice. If it hits 6, then he can.
Oh, no.
His men look at it and they say, "Sir, we can't cross this."
Well, we didn't. Well, he didn't say anything, so I don't know if he's going with them.
Yeah, I'm going to assume it's Sam Miller. He's going to go with them.
All right.
But his men will report. They'll get here, and then they're going to say, "Sir, no, we can't cross this river. It's too dangerous." It's too dangerous.
Are you okay?
His cuirassiers are also going. He said all his cavalry.
Okay, well, his cuirassiers are taking artillery fire, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh man, what's he doing? Trying to cross the river.
So, are you nuts?
On the other hand, I mean, Crusader will see them heading over there. He'll go, "What does he know that I don't?"
They're just gonna face each other on the river and nobody can cross it.
One can cross there, buddy.
He's just gonna stand up. It's like, who's gonna do the first move?
Well, I mean, the artillery can actually fire on them, so it's actually going to be Sam that's going to be in a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes, he said he's accompanying them. Good to know. Okay. So we've moved them. I think this is the turn that these guys receive their orders. So what exactly were these cavalry orders to do?
They were ordered to advance toward the hills in the east and inform him of the enemy positions. So they're probably going to go up the hill.
All right.
Oh yeah, those units on the top of the hill, square formation. Square.
Okay, that's S. So that's fine. Okay, they can advance up the hill. They're going to go about so far. They will see the enemy. They'll go, "This is appalling cavalry ground, and the enemy is in square at the top of the hill. We'll report back, sir." These guys will approach all the elan and fury of old women riding donkeys.
And it'll take 2 turns to get back because
they do not want to charge up there. On the other hand, they can see this formation crossing now, so they aren't going to.
How Robin will bring his cavalry to
make it 1 turn.
So.
They can get the update now in 1 turn because they'll just ride directly down through here.
All right, so this turn or the turn after.
So in the next update, he will hear that they see enemy infantry. They see red infantry on top of the hill, and they have stopped. They report it's very bad cavalry ground. They do not want to charge up the hill.
All right. But he hasn't told me the orders for the rest of his guys yet.
That's some scary cavalry.
This is why verbal is a bit faster. I know you don't want to talk to them,
No, I did talk to him, but he said he's thinking. So I'm like, okay.
Okay. Well, he hasn't got forever. He has to hurry up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to him more.
These guys, does he understand? He's just gone. Okay. Well, those guys have fallen back behind there. They're just going to try and hold here.
Okay. Can we
Alright.
do orders now, I think?
There's cavalry. There's artillery moving up to try and refuel the artillery. It can, so they'll fire, and then I'll reload the artillery from this wagon. I will move. We're still waiting on gens. We're still waiting to receive orders, so we can't deliver them all. That unit rallied. This unit will spill into here. This unit will come to here.
Oh, by the way, over here in the forest, left side, there the skirmish unit. He said that if they see enemies, they should skirmish. So, do they?
Well,
Yes, he's gone. Never mind. I think they should.
I think they probably will, but yeah, best to wait for Justin to give the okay to it.
here he is.
All right.
We got the orders from Jen. Okay.
5th Division, march the 2 Brigade.
So 9th is advancing towards the hill with Brown. Why does he not? Does he understand that the 1/DE brigade is the 10th? It's just 10. Anything? All right.
Okay, before you do that, what about those units here? They were ordered if they see enemies, they should skirmish. So do they?
I thought if they're attacked, wasn't it?
No, they should hold their position and skirmish the enemy. That was his order. So they should probably.
Yeah. Okay. They can.
Oh, they're gonna attack.
Or move north into the forest, maybe, because they were like in the forest area. So.
Yeah, I think they'll try and move north because they're aware they're being cut off.
Yeah.
And that's suicide to engage, cut off by the enemy. So I'm going to overrule that order and say they're going to just try and move north to try and reestablish connection with their line.
Carter's fortress and Carter's on the top of the hill.
Yeah. But mostly they don't want to fight completely cut off from the enemy. They want to have LOC.
So Carter somehow flanked the enemy without realizing.
And got defeated and got separated by detail, but yes. Okay. So 10th moving back, 9th is trying to advance towards the hill, 11th is marching up the road.
Set up and fire on Brown Hill.
Screenshot time?
Not quite yet. So the 9th is crossing there. 14th is. Have you moved the 14th? I think the 9th is.
No, haven't moved yet.
We haven't. So they're trying to move up here. 14th is across. 15th is across. 17th across the run. 18th the crossing. To investigate what the cavalry is. Okay, so they're off. They were swing off the road. So they're riding this way. Put this guy on this side. 15th Hussars advancing north and east to around the enemy position. What 15th? What 15th Hussars?
Oh, here? I think he's trying to give an order to these guys.
Okay. Advance north and east to around the enemy position on the heights. He wants to try and get them around. Okay. Alright, well, I'll move him here, but there's also this, as far as I know, there's the same turn that he found out about these guys up here in the heights. So.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so they're not going to go very far. Alright, he's going to try and move to and rally on the 9th. The 9th is fine.
think he means this guy that we're here.
All right, I'll move him to the 10th. Okay, and he wants his guns to unlimber and open up.
That's an extreme long shot, right?
Let's look at the range. Yeah, it's very long range. So.
Oh well, it's not going to be that effective, but that's what he ordered.
Well, he hasn't said where exactly. There's an argument for they'll try and push forward to where they're effective. I guess we'll try and get them to cross the creek towards Coon. So I will say they move to here and they are unlimber here. They will not fire yet, but they will set up here, aiming to fire in the U-turn. That's more effective.
11E is to march east instead.
What?
I'm assuming it's this infantry.
It is. Okay. So he wants to march. All right, fine. They are not going to march east towards the heights, but they will form here in line to be able to do it in the future. So they are forming facing that direction because these things don't move on a dime. So they form there facing northeast so they can attack in that direction in the future turn. Okay, now let's look at the artillery. These two are probably continuing their duel.
Come on, Jen, do something.
Okay, this battery here is going to shoot at the 9th now. And then this wagon is going to refuel these two. 1, 2. And then it is depleted.
Oh.
Okay, so we have artillery here. We have artillery on the heights with advantage against that. So we have okay, so that is a hit. This unit takes disruption. I need my disrupted markers, don't I? Okay. What? No, don't do that. Yeah, just that. That's all I need.
So Sam is going to receive a report saying, "Sir, we can't cross."
Yeah, he rides with them to there, and they look at it. They say, "Sir, we can't cross here."
Imagine he decides, "No, go anyway."
I will show them end it as possible.
Yes.
The horse with his britches.
Behold!
Okay, so that is happening there. That's good. Over here, this guy's firing down to there. Oh, you're going to umpire with difficulty.
Ah, yes, I will umpire blindfolded.
Okay, so then there is that is disrupted. Is that? Yep.
I like how
Continuing to slam into
this
these formations.
infantry that tries to climb. It's like, get me!
We're coming. Don't leave us behind.
Okay, I'll make this one bigger. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Damn it. Alright, cool. I will copy that. So artillery hit here, which I'll make a little bit bigger. Okay, and then this artillery fired there, and I think we've got everything. Oh, this guy's firing from here, but he can't actually hit anything, so I'm not going to have him keep firing. I'll just have him change into limber, and he'll start moving up this way. All right, I think that's everything.
Okay.
Let's move to 15-15.
15-15.
Sorry, just clarifying, have these guys moved? Yeah, they've moved around here. That was the first thing we did. Good.
Yeah.
15-15.
Yeah, they have been
Screenshot.
moved. Alright, screenshot time. 15-15.
How far would Sam be able to see?
From
Would he
here.
be able to see any of the enemies? I mean, they're up the hill and he's not, and he's by the river.
No, he wouldn't see very much. He'd only see maybe, I'd say give him 3 in every direction, but not up this hill, because he can't see over this ridge. So 3, but only like us 1 square forward.
There was a dice in the way, but whatever.
I'll move it.
All right, so we've just seen the end of the current turn. They are now giving reports to the players and letting the players give new orders. The cavalry is doing cavalry things in the north. Those dragoons in the woods are still waiting to spring their trap, and it looks like the government cavalry is inching into that trap. There was infantry that I thought might be going north to close the gate or to hook around or whatever at least, but they're not doing that now. Now they're going to engage in a frontal assault, it seems, one that they certainly will almost not win. They'll almost certainly lose it. Even the weight of numbers is going to fail against the depth of those defenses, probably. Could be wrong, but probably. We got cuirassiers or dragoons. I don't know. I think they're. Let me see here. Where are? Oh no, cuirassiers have 2 stripes. We have dragoons headed north, and we have skirmishers here. So I don't know. Again, it looks like this is Red's salvation here, the north, which Red undisputably controls, even though government forces are trying to kind of push their way in. They're turning against the strongest part of Red defenses. Red's laid a trap for him up here. And again, that's an escape route for Heinemann at the end of the night. Here in the south, the government forces are still on the march. It will take them about another half hour to even get in front of and deploy to push across that crossing. They'll have less than 2 hours of light to push across. And then it's a question of what do they do then? If these attacks in the center and the west fail, if the defenses hold, then it would be very hard for the government to claim victory, or even that this is a draw. They really do have to smash through, and it looks like Brown Hill is where it's going to have to happen. And it's starting to look like it isn't going to happen at all. So, we'll see. We'll see. Where are those columns? Yeah. Yeah. It might be that Heinemann wins the day. But luck, of course, has a say. And luck will be coming in to have her say. So, we'll see what happens. All right. All right.
Oh,
Otto, you're asking about the
Hello.
campaign.
Kuntz is still stuck handling work things. He can't.
Oh man, I wonder if I've been muted this whole time and I was just narrating to
You
the
muted
audience.
to us, but
Yeah.
you may have been narrating to someone else.
Yeah, I have no idea if it picked up on the live stream because I was Discord muted.
Yeah.
That should be fine, I think.
Okay,
Live
but not
stream-
mic muted. All right. Well, we'll see.
I mean,
Yeah.
when I'm streaming, I mute on Discord. It's so that I don't double up on other people's streams when we're doing a collab.
Well, we'll see. I was just blathering away. It's an interesting situation from my perspective, Justin. It looks like government forces are, I don't know, they're coming up short in every metric. We've got artillery at the end of Achilles Schwerpunkt when it should be in the front.
Yeah.
We've got time slipping away. We've got their movement to close off the north kind of doomed because he's got hussars in the woods waiting to spring a trap. And the infantry that could have also helped is now going to turn into a frontal assault on heavy fortifications. So, I don't know. This is getting really dicey.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We do have Sam Miller attempting to swim across the river at the Wager homestead.
Yeah. Well, Muddy Run is not fordable, right? Except at the crossings. Is that the ruling? Okay,
Correct.
well,
Yep.
that's...
I gave them. They said we don't think we can. He said, well, let's go and have a look. He rolled for it. They got there. Sir, we can't swim across here.
Yeah. Okay.
Try it again.
And he's taking artillery fire from Crusader's position over here.
Yeah. So...
Although he probably won't over here. But yeah, he can sit there if he wants. He won't do very much. Meanwhile, the Marines are coming through the woods over here. And Achilles' Guard is going to finally start showing up over here. And they have managed to pin down a lot of troops over here. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, right. When moving them here,
So,
they...
the most interesting this is that Sam Miller wants to go himself to Weggard.
Okay.
He did not
Prove that he can
do it himself, and he's going to order the cavalry to come with him.
Can he please drown, please?
He's trying to lead the way, is he?
Yes.
Okay.
If he
I
hits a
told
blind
him.
drown-
I told him. Are you sure? 2 times, 3 times.
Oh. Does he succeed?
He personally makes it across. His horse is drowned. His cavalry does not follow him.
So he's stuck.
He can try and swim back, but his cavalry does not. His horse does not make it across. His cavalry does not follow him across that river.
Okay.
They were all just looking at him like surprised, like what?
His horse gets swept away. He gets swept off his horse. His horse is somewhere downriver, struggling.
Wait, can?
Poor
Wait,
horse.
which direction is the river? Is it toward here? Because I would like whoever is umpiring this to see. Oh, you see a horse, like flowing down the river.
Specifically, a terrified horse. Yes.
Yeah. Whoever has Crusader, just this
Crusader.
It's a horse
So Peter?
on the river.
Peter, when you next update Crusader,
Yeah.
let him know that he sees a terrified horse struggling in the water, being swept
I
down.
did. I did wonder which way it was actually going. So
Down towards the hazel.
Okay.
Yep.
okay.
Sam has made it across the river without his horse, without his command. He can try and swim back if he wants, but right now his men are not following across that river because it's suicide.
Oh, and I think the cars would probably reach where the Lancers are now.
Yep. They'll get down here and they'll look across the river. They're out of the firing arc of those guns.
And they'll see Sam's horse just like.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Very nice.
Yep, they're in a good arc for the actual crossing. They can't really. I suppose they could try and hit there. There. Yep, they're in a good arc.
Right. How fast are the commanders in the forest?
If they're mounted.
Yeah,
These guys here?
Commanders,
or who are we talking about?
Blazer trait.
Oh, yeah, him and his headquarters. Just have him moving. He can move up just 10 squares through the forest if he wants.
Alright, so Jen said 5th Division, all infantry is to support the attack on the Brown Hill made by 1st Division, and the reserve brigade by the artillery is to form up to move across the crossing. The artillery is to continue attacking. 1st Division is to assault Brown Hill and outflank them. All artillery is to set up and fire.
Okay.
So
cavalry are to go back across. 18 are to threaten an attack.
Sorry, what?
Okay, so 18 is supposed to threaten them somehow, and 17 is going to go across again.
Okay.
He sent orders to the SARs to the north to advance north and east and try to get around.
Alright, please try and get around.
Oh, they're being shot.
Yep, they're taking artillery fire. So they're going to try. Hussars are going to go north and east to try and get around.
Meanwhile, Robin wants to go up here in the north, so he sees them. Like, he did order to go north 2 squares, so like this.
Yep.
So
he'll see them getting charged from the trees. You'll probably try and charge in as well.
Yeah. His plan
So
actually worked.
Also, I believe he also told me in voice that he wanted the Red Dragoons to check if these guys were friendly.
Yep, sure. And if they are, then to coordinate with them or something like that.
And then they're also threatening an attack on the heights too, so...
Okay, so they can form here with them and threaten the heights. That's fine. Okay.
So Achilles over here. He said that he wanted to like follow the road and look for Sam, like and go join up with him. So he can go further, but I assume when he looks around the hill and sees,
He'll see the enemy and stop here. Yeah. He'll see over there, and he'll see what the hell. Oh, let's put him in. He sees troops over there.
He started his journey over here somewhere.
Okay, well, he can follow the road and get to there. That's fine. He'll get to there, and he'll see what's going on over there. See that Sam is on the wrong side of the river. His cavalry's on this side of the river, and Sam is dismounted.
He goes looking for Sam, and he finds Sam fucking river.
Make sure that his horse is in the report for red. I mean for blue.
He also sees the horse.
He might be too late for the horse. Oh wait, does he see the horse?
Yeah.
Which direction does the horse go?
East.
The horse will go east.
Alright, so he does see the horse.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we've got a carry fight here between superior numbers of superior cavalry and inferior numbers. So we've got roll this, and we've got. They don't have the advantage, but they are superior. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inferior numbers here. So 1 disrupt against which 2 disrupts. So it's fairly minimal damage in either direction. But these guys are driven off before the dragoons can strike home. And because this is the way it goes, so I'll move these guys into here as well. These guys are in pursuit.
Looks like that ambush turned out well for them.
So you guys are in active pursuit. So these guys
Oh,
go this far, and then he can stop if he wants, or he has control of his troops.
Yep.
These guys on the hill will see that. They'll see these guys came around the hill, cavalry came charging out of the woods. They had a duel, and these guys are now driving these people back and are pursuing them back around the hillside. Okay, so you were telling me that all the artillery is trying to attack or something?
Yeah. To set up an attack, so.
Okay, let me roll just to rally these two. These are in safe positions. They can rally on a 3. They both rally.
Oh.
Cool. Oops, no, I don't want skirmishes. Okay. I'll take these off here. These two open up, facing up.
The reserve infantry are also to make the crossing.
Okay, they're heading for the crossing over here?
Yeah, the closest one.
Okay. I'll have them move marching down the road. Assuming they're still in line, we'll have them marching down the road at 3.
And he's going to go back. Jen himself is going up the hill to observe.
Okay. And he ordered what, the 9th is trying to attack?
He's trying... I think all of his orders were for his infantry to attack.
Okay, I think the 9th will wait for the 14th or 13th to come up. I don't think they want to attack that piecemeal. So they're going to try and rally like this. On a... Actually, they can't rally yet, they're just reforming. That's fine. And then we'll bring these guys up here. Sorry, missed. These guys to here. And these units here can move. Yep, so these guys come on this side. So they're forming up there. Meanwhile, we have these batteries firing here. Well, they just move there, so they can't. That guy's going to keep dueling with them, probably.
All right, Jan. How's it going? So, how did it feel when the ninjas attacked?
Well, you know, I nearly got hit in the face right between the eyes by a ninja star.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
You know, in the end, I was able to whip out my revolver and put a hole right between his eyes.
Oh, that's cheating, you know. That's cheating.
You know,
yeah.
Ninja and cowboys are contemporary. You know that.
Yeah, but oh man, I don't know. And it looks like Jan hasn't. It looks like the attack hasn't hit Jan yet. Maybe that's for next turn. So, Jan, you can't react because you wouldn't know about it until after it happens.
Okay.
So.
I see.
Yeah. So far, I'm happy that it took them nearly 3.5 hours to get into a position to attack the line. So.
Yeah. No, I've been talking to Justin and the umpires. I can't tell you about what, but yeah, it's interesting. It is very interesting to see how this is actually unfolding in real time. So.
Yeah. The hope is to keep this hill. The hope is to have this hill basically be a no-go zone for the enemy cavalry. And force them to work around it on either side. Hopefully they choose the northern side where our cavalry will be ready to meet them. But, you know, presumably our cavalry is ready to meet them. I mean, that's the impression I've gotten from our cavalry commander. But, yeah.
Yeah, I must say I was really confused when I got the reports that our hussars were sitting somewhere in the trees and an enemy cavalry division was allowed to defile through the woods and redeploy there instead of being immediately attacked.
Yeah. Well, I know a few things that you don't because I'm looking at the Empire table. So
please enlighten us. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm not going to say a darn word. But it is interesting to hear your views, your opinions on these reports when the rest of the world now knows what the outcome of these decisions, or alleged decisions, I should say, are, yeah, it's pretty cool to hear. It is. That's the one thing about Kriegspiel that makes it so distinctive, is that emphasis on the fog of war, and how, while the audience is seeing the whole map, as a player you're only seeing a little segment of it, and that plays tricks on your mind, and it has you wondering and thinking and so on. So it's pretty interesting. I do see, Jan, that you're at the top of the hill with Carter. So how's the picnic up there?
Yeah, I've just arrived, so I don't really have an overview here, but
I prepared
that's
sandwiches.
where the generals are on the hill, right?
Yeah, yeah. Of course, I say picnic amusingly because the Republican forces have been cut off. Dark humor. Dark humor is like food. Not everyone gets it. So.
But I hear we have options to evade in the worst case.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. Yeah, we've got that ford. So if we need to, we can
What
try.
about the Browning Fort or Stark Fort, whatever? Carter, do you know if that's crossable? Because
I was never able to get to either of those. Just because I've been busy organizing the screen and now the semi defensive line might be a generous word to use here. You know, an attempted block. I think on the map we've got the, you tried or there was an attempt little trophies there next to it, and I think those are applicable here.
Yeah.
But yeah, and this is a subtle nod to, maybe we can nudge nudge wink wink umpires hello. The standing orders for the chasseurs, which are presumably still in the woods now behind enemy lines, was to exploit the enemy flanks or anything targets of opportunity. And so I'm hoping that chasseur commander remembers his orders. Because if the infantry attacks, and I think there's enemy artillery behind that infantry, then that artillery is wide open for the chasseurs to sneak up and, speaking of ninjas, do their work.
Mm-hmm. I'm illustrating on the map to the audience those units that are mentioned. But yeah, it's interesting because I have sort of the God's eye view. So I see everything and I see what's happened. And again, I'm hearing your anxieties and your opinions on these things, and it's pretty cool to compare those, because what that's illustrating is how the fog of war plays into how it creates uncertainty and doubt, and there's expectations, and sometimes the expectations are met, other times they're not, sometimes they're exceeded. And yeah, how fun is that to see that?
And that just means that my chasseurs are either doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing or have been discovered and completely annihilated. So we'll see.
Yeah, it could be anything from that extreme to the other or in between. Absolutely. Yep.
Oh, I've gotten my next screenshot.
Have we any idea where the enemy army command is?
I've not seen a single army command token or even a corps command token, only divisions.
I know exactly where it is, right down to the grid square, but here, if nobody will tell, I'll tell you where it is.
Yeah.
He's in grid. Okay, you got that?
I think it was garbled in transmission, but
Yeah.
No. What are you doing? You're being naughty.
No. Not at all.
Oh, it seems our cavalry has gone for an attacking blow. Let's go. Come on.
Okay, let's do the reports. What were the reports? I forgot. Give me a sec. Yeah.
Don't forget the ninjas.
Just shut up. Don't spoil it.
Oh, all right.
I've got
all right.
nunchucks at the ready. Oh, I just struck myself in
The
the.
enemy cavalry a little bit retreated more. As you can see, you are witness of a massive cavalry charge from the forest, charging the enemy cavalry who was moving there, and then the dragoons come with Robin and completely crush them, and currently are chasing them back. That's it. Bunch of artillery fire in the south, and yeah.
Okay. Basically, I mean, I don't have any new orders for my guys in particular. I'm not sure whether or not you're going to roll for this or whatever, how you're going to factor it in, but I'm going to order all of the drummers to start a drum roll. And all of the buglers to start bugling revolutionary hymns. Little revolutionary beat. And basically, we're just going to cheer on our cavalry as they do the Lord's work.
Okay. Gotcha.
But we're going to make a lot of noise. You know, at those hockey games, you know, it's the playoffs and everybody's ringing those cowbells and you know, the blowing their horns and all that. We're doing that, right? We're going to walk around the walls of Jericho and blow our horns 7 times, and the walls will come tumbling down. Or in this case, the enemy cavalry.
Sounds good. Then I talk to Robin, see what he thinks about it.
All right, and for our audience, we have some exclusive audio. If we tune the mic just right, we can hear it. It goes, we will rock you, rock you. Anyway. There you go. There you go. Yeah,
I'm just imagining that scene from A Knight's Tale. You know, like...
Oh, that's right. They actually do that in The Knight's Tale, don't they? Oh, God, that's a blast from the past. I haven't seen that since, like, 1990-something. I forgot that movie even existed. That's great. That was great. Yeah, I like the Samuel Beckett character. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, that was great. Anyway, okay, well, I'll leave you guys to your devices. It looks like things are going swimmingly for you, at least in one little corner of the map. And,
well, we might need to swim in a little bit. We'll see.
Hey. Oh, sorry. Yes. I hope you have your Speedos. All right, folks. All right, good luck out there.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I think
Sam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you get your report yet?
Yes, I did.
Oh, Sam, what are you gonna do now?
I want my cavalry to cross the river, regardless. Because if I can get across, they can too. And I think, like, I have made a speech that they are cowards, and if they don't cross, that they are traitors to the Republic, and it's for the benefit of the greater good, for the Republic, and for the people. And they probably don't want to be seen as cowards after this battle, because it will be bad for their reputation back home.
Yeah.
And I hope they will cross.
Well, all right. I don't know about their cuirassiers with all of their armor.
Maybe they can, like, they don't need it, like, they can leave it behind, maybe.
Yeah, they can become hussars, sure.
Yeah.
So. All right, Sam. Now, if they don't cross, are you just going to have to hide, or are you going to lead a one-man attack on the enemy rear? What are you going to do?
Or I don't really know if they don't cross. I guess I have to get back, but without a horse it will be difficult. So.
Yeah. Are you a good swimmer?
I guess not, because like I lost my horse. But...
Well, that was the horse's fault. The horse should have been a better swimmer.
Yeah,
You did
but I
fine.
think yeah, but with all my armor, I think, yeah,
All right.
I'm really not sure. Like, I didn't think about it.
Sam, you
Like, I
just
think
gave away your secret. This is great. Oh, you never fail to disappoint, Sam. We love you. Well, I hope it gets worked out. We'll see what happens. And the whole game, everybody, all of the umpires and all of the audience on YouTube are watching you, and they're very interested to see what the legendary Sam Miller does next. So, good luck, and hang in there, okay?
Yeah, I hope they are good swimmers.
Me too, Sam. Me too. All right.
Yeah, bye. See you soon.
See you soon. Achilles,
Yes, sir.
how's it going?
I wish I could say it was going well, but
Well,
I can't.
you're playing Marching Simulator.
I am. It's taking forever for me to get into position. And then the added problem was that even though I had explicitly attached the Guards artillery to the Marine division, the Guards artillery ended up behind my division.
Oh.
So, little administrative issue there, but we're trying to get the artillery up onto that plateau, and then Sam seems to have taken off with my cavalry, and I have no idea what's left of my cavalry on this side over here now because he took off and got him shot up. So I have no idea what's going on there. But I've asked him to return to me and get my cavalry back up on the plateau because they're supposed to be exploiting, not getting shot up by artillery.
Oh my goodness.
So yes, I need to get my infantry in position so we can attack that position, but it's taking forever for them to get there.
Yeah, and time is not on your side. Now,
Indeed,
if your guns can't get up too soon, what's the plan?
If they're going to be delayed too much longer, I'm just going to have the Marines go ahead and assault that position. I hate to do it without artillery support, but I'm going to have the Marines assault the position and the Guard come up as a second wave behind them.
Oh boy.
But I really do not want to do that. I want to get those guns up there and get them firing.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you have to go with what you have, not with what you want.
Exactly. And it's taking entirely too long, but the gun should be right behind that Marine infantry heading up onto the plateau. I don't know how long it's going to take them to get up there and start firing, but they need to get up there as quick as they can. And my infantry, unfortunately, is not in position yet anyway, because they're still moving down the damn road. So
yeah, it's going to be a minute, so
mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Not going as planned, but then nothing ever does. I have no idea what's going on the other side. I have not received a report from Jen over there in quite some time, so I have no idea what's going on over there.
Right. Well, yeah.
Hey, Levy.
Do you have a wing commander on the left? You have someone commanding your left? Who's your wing commander?
Jen is actually commanding that entire corps, the first corps on that side. It would be Kunz's command if he's here, but I don't think he's here yet. But if he's not, then Jen is commanding that corps.
Well, speak of the devil.
There he is. Hey, Kunz.
What?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on your side of the field. So Jen is commanding the corps at the moment, and you probably need to get a rundown over there. Get with the 1st Division if you're available.
I would love to, but I'm tied up at work.
Oh, okay. Well, Jen is running that corps, so
and doing a mighty fine job of it.
I hope so, because the delays on my side of the field are costing me dearly. Unfortunately.
All right, what's that? Did someone ask a question?
I said it's all your fault.
It absolutely is.
It always is.
It absolutely is.
Blame Marshall.
I started this whole mess over a year ago, and now look at what it's become. Oh, what am I gonna do?
Quick question, Marshall. Whose feed is it from that's on YouTube?
Mine. I am broadcasting on YouTube.
Okay.
Now there might be someone else who's also broadcasting.
No, that's the only one.
Yeah. Okay. So there you have it. All right.
So what it comes down to in my mind at this point is getting our guys across that fort. We have to assault that position, and we need to do it as quickly as we can. If we can take that point, I think it changes the entire nature of everything.
Well,
but because then the idea was, of course, to let the cavalry exploit once we broke through at that point.
Mm-hmm.
They could exploit down that road. But of course, if my cavalry's in terrible shape, then that'll change. But the key is getting the guns up there, get them firing, and getting the assault done on that point. That's what I need to do.
So what if I told you, hypothetically speaking, that you had at least one element across the muddy run? What would you say to that?
On my side of the field?
Yeah, what if you had one element from your cavalry on the north side of Muddy Run?
I would love to know how they got there, because they told me that thing was unfordable.
Yeah. Well, have I got a story for you? Unfortunately, I can't tell you now.
That's all right. Okay, well, hey.
Anyway, don't.
Who knows
who
knows what Sam Miller has done? He may have drowned half the cavalry and got him across there somehow. I don't know. That's entirely possible. I mean, I've never spoken to the guy, and I've never really met him or played with him, but I've seen him play.
Yes,
and that would not surprise me.
His reputation does precede him.
Indeed, it does.
All right, guys. Well, good luck, Achilles. Hang in there, and it looks like you'll be coming up in a bit, and we'll see what happens. All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
You got it. All right, Jen, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Just fine. I'm Marshall. I'm working as the announcer for this event.
Oh.
And I understand that you are commanding the left wing of the government forces here.
Yes, I'm first corps or second corps or something like that.
Okay. So you're this square piece over here on the left. Oh,
yes.
no, actually it says division on the piece. You are
I was originally a
there it is.
commander.
There it is. Well, I see a square.
Yeah, I'm 5th division on the map, but I'm commanding the whole corps because the player who was originally going to play the corps was.
And which piece is your avatar?
It's 5e.
Okay,
Gen
got
TJ9.
it. All right. What's your take on the situation? How's it going?
Oh, it's there's been some interesting occurrences that have occurred. One of my commanders is going to be given a court-martial for allowing an enemy brigade to escape being completely outflanked, because I ordered that commander to hold and continue to pin the enemy in front of them and they just let them walk away. They just decided it wasn't worth that hold made them stay there. So they got away. But right now is kind of a do or die moment for me. I'm either going to crack the enemy or I'm going to be cracked.
Oh my, yeah, and I see that developing.
Yeah. So
I see that developing.
I feel like, I mean, what the time it's 5:30, right? At the during the battle, right?
I don't think it's that late, but it's
Nope.
we're pushing it.
We're getting close, and I'm getting plastered by their artillery. So I need to either advance and drive them off that hill or not fight. And I have been ordered by my commander, we need to fix them and destroy the enemy army here. And we have superior numbers. So I'm going to do my best to fulfill those orders. And I'm going to assault this hill.
Now, is assaulting the hill fixing them?
We were ordered to destroy the enemy.
Okay.
Destroy the enemy army. So,
all right.
That's what I'm attempting to do. I'm not sure how the attack is going on the other end. I haven't received any reports from my commander on the status of the other attack, but I imagine if things were going poorly, I'd be getting panicked messages. So, I'm hoping that my attack will coincide with whatever they're doing, and really, I haven't seen the enemy receive very much reinforcements over here, so I have to assume that the other attack is going well. But I'm going to try and smash them here. We'll see. I'm throwing a lot of things at them, so we'll see how it goes.
Wait, what is that? What is that? I'm looking at a little... Oh, that's a little kitchen sink. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. You're throwing a lot of things at them.
I'm throwing 3 divisions at them, about.
Yeah, basically more than a corps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to do. I've got to smash them here. If I smash them here, I think the battle will be won.
Wow, that'll make you a big hero back in the capital. Well, let's see what happens.
I can't wait to see all the broken units that are on my side that have been shelled by canister. So wish me luck.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
So for Sam Miller's cavalry thing, you rolled a 6 and then a 4, right? So that means, so could I like flavor it like some men wanted to cross, but then they were held back by their officers? Like,
yeah, some men seem inspired by your words, and you think they're about to cross, but just then, that's when the courier arrives from the corps commander and starts shouting at you across the river.
Right. So, can Achilles and Blazer train over here hear when the shouting between Sam and everything?
No, it's just sheer distance. So he knows he sent a courier down there. His courier is not going to ride through the enemy lines to get there. He's just going to ride down the river and yell across.
Yeah. Yeah. Will they see the courier on the way back?
Let me just see. Canister time.
ooh, canister on infantry. Ouch.
Yeah, these guys are still falling back here.
Also, the blue artillery were being blocked by them, so they can't counter battery.
Correct. This battery just got there, moved up there because it can't fire through. Doesn't want to fire through the attack. Has Achilles been moved up? Is this accurate? This with the guard, sorry. Is that where they are now, or is that
yeah, that's the guards.
Okay, and the Marines are hiding back here.
Yep.
Do we want to move the supply train up, or are they just leaving it? Because they did not say anything about the supply train.
Well, then we'll have them rest on this hill unless they're called up.
All right.
We'll have them cluster, but unless they're ordered forward, supply knows better than to be in the front line. Okay, now we have canister.
Ooh, what's the dice for canister?
Black 3. So I'll roll that. Oops, one too many. So the last dice doesn't count. So that
Ooh.
is 3 disrupts. If 4. Yep, okay. Yep, so yep. It looks like they're getting shot up.
That sucks.
They're held up coming over the obstacles, trying to get into range, and they take punishing fire from the canister. So at least 3 of their formations are going to have to stop to reorganize and can't press on the attack. They can press the attack with the other formed ones, and they get more troops coming up. But their breaking units can't keep attacking.
All right.
So he's there. He can push his men to go on, carry on, or he can fall back and regroup at the foot of the hill.
How much in this screenshot would he see? Would he see up to the orange brigades?
He is here. There's a lot of smoke here. I'll give him 3. So let him see up to the back of Lucas.
Back of Lucas, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, screenshot time.
Yep. As we move into 15:45, and Marshall, if you have a chance, get someone to, maybe even me when I get back here, to regale you with the story of Sam and his horse.
I have already interviewed Sam, and we've been following the story quite closely, actually, and we know very well the story of Sam and his horse. And yeah, we are following the continuing saga with great relish. Sam has not disappointed. All right.
Is it 15:45 now?
I believe so. Yep, 15:45.
All right, so it looks like the government forces are squandering themselves on the left and the center, and that's going to be pretty huge. In fact, the losses that are being sustained there are sufficient that even a victory on the right flank is no longer going to be enough to assure victory. So it's I don't know what to say. Achilles has been undermined by some decisions made by the subordinates, which were I don't know. I don't want to be too critical of the subordinates because they too are dealing with the fog of war. I don't know exactly what their orders were, but I don't think a fixed order necessarily requires an assault, especially into the teeth of the enemy. That's not what the anvil does. The anvil does not strike, the hammer strikes. And the anvil is simply the base, which means he should deploy defensively and hold the enemy in that position so the enemy can't escape from the hammer blow when it lands. So, this is tough to watch because the government plan was pretty good, but with the artillery train at the rear, and again, I still don't know where those guns are. Oh, there they are. They're right here. I'll show you. They're right here. And the artillery is now deployed. We're moving through the woods. So, gosh, guys, I don't see how the government wins. I'm starting to think this is going to be a Republique victory. This is astounding. Because I think, in all honesty, the odds were probably 66 or 60 in favor of the government. If I were to be making wagers, I would almost pay 2-1 for the government on this, and it's just not happening. So, Jan built clever defenses. His flank was well anchored on Muddy Run, as I pointed out. And his cavalry force in the north basically slammed that door shut. And then you throw in the chasseurs, who have themselves come into play. Yeah, this is unless Jen with his forces up the middle somehow gets lucky, this is practically a done deal in my opinion. That is something else. But again, it's each subordinate doing, I don't know, like we have to autopsy this. I would love to go over this with Achilles, if Achilles could watch this live stream. You know, where did it fall apart? Did the subordinates not know what they were supposed to do? Were they unclear on the plan? Was there a lack of intelligence or knowledge, I should say, to be clear? Was there a lack of intel on the enemy positions and strengths and so on? Are players playing far too aggressively? Are they looking for glory? Are they being too aggressive? Why, if so? Sam, for example, much too aggressive. He really should have just been held in reserve on a short leash. Why didn't the artillery get deployed in the front? Why is the 5th Division, or really it's a corps, really, attacking the enemy right up the middle of their strong point? Like, that's a gift. What was the cavalry thinking pushing on the left? Which, by the way, I don't think that was a questionable decision. Like, I might have done that as well. But they've been crushed by superior enemy cavalry. And between them and the chasseurs, which are making, by the way, a proper anvil, there's just not much left. So Achilles' plan, although a good one, has been, from Achilles' perspective, everything is going, maybe there's some hiccups, but it's going more or less according to plan. He has no reason to believe that anything other than the plan is happening. And now he's going to arrive and be like, oh, well, here's a development. We have the enemy 5th Brigade or whatever, the Guard. That's these guys are going back towards the center. It looks like they're going back towards the center. And if they're doing that before this hammer blows, that gives Achilles a fighting chance here at the breastworks. However, once again, unless the 5th Corps or Division, whatever, unless Jen pulls back and regroups and actually works as an anvil, I don't think it's going to do Achilles much good to push through. Especially without his cavalry. He's going to have to take control of that cavalry. This is really 66-33 now in favor of the Liberals. A complete reversal of the fortune, in my opinion. That's my read on the situation. So, of course, that just means this is a good game. Everybody likes a good game where nobody is, where even the underdog, has a fighting chance, and, who's in the lead kind of shifts a couple times back and forth. So, it's a good game. But let's see here. Are these assault columns? Are they stacked up? No, that's just the thickness of the pieces. In regular Kriegspiel, you can stack 2 of these on top of one another. That represents an assault column. But alright, let's see what happens. Oh man. it looks like that attack is going to happen on the right in the next 1 or 2 turns. Like in the next turn. That artillery is going to have its say. It's horse artillery. But they have a bunch of guns there. And that's going to knock 1 or 2 units down. However, the rest of those forces should smash through. But unfortunately for Achilles, I think the decisive decision is going to be on the left with Jen. Let's see what let's drop in on Jen and see what he's thinking now.
I still have some units that are okay. I've really only had 3 units in this line that are breaking, and I only see 6 enemy infantry formations, and I have more still, and the cavalry. So I'm gonna try and hold the line, trying to get the infantry to advance into this enemy force to prevent them. Trying to get my artillery to fire. Trying to get the rest of my line across this tiny little stream and get spread out. So let me just summarize. Hold.
Okay, so do you want the dragoons to go to the east, for example, like the east of the little thingies, and go around them?
If I can, yeah.
And then you want your infantry to spread out along this and charge.
So, like, yes, the 11th is to move to the left of this position that I'm looking at and try and get up there, while the forces in front of me, essentially, I'm going to try and charge them with what I've got here. I'm going to try and hold these people who are breaking, send them in against the enemy, and okay.
All right, I've heard enough there. There's no scenario where that works, especially with an enemy behind breastworks. It's just, yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. And part of the fun, though, and I don't want Jen to feel bad. He's doing the best he can with the information and knowledge. He's got a rational calculus. He's like, hey, I outnumber the enemy. I should be able to push through. And theoretically, if the dice went in his favor, it could pay off hugely. He could bag the enemy right here. It is something of a Hail Mary pass. And the problem that I have is he doesn't seem to recognize that it's a Hail Mary pass. I think he recognizes maybe it's a bit of a long bomb, but he doesn't see it as a Hail Mary, meaning, because not everybody gets the football references, he's taking a massive gamble. He's betting everything on one attack where the odds are very much against him. And he seems to think that the odds are more even than they really are. And yeah. But for me, the thing is, you take a look, it's really hard to charge uphill. I mean, you're not going to ever charge uphill more than so many paces. You're just not. Even a big, strong soldier or a young man with a bayonet, there's no scenario where that works out in your favor. Not to mention the fact that soldiers are inherently reluctant to charge in with the bayonet as it is. And then, not only is the enemy upslope, but he's got artillery and he's got breastworks. So, yeah, this is really tough. In any case, on the right, it looks like the next turn will be interesting. Again, I do understand Jen's calculus, but it's wrong. It's just incorrect. So he's got a weak variable there. He's overestimated the value of one of the variables in the equation. So, all right, let's take a look. The umpires are resolving. Let's take a look at the umpire table.
I've received the dispatchment from Achilles.
Yeah.
Oh god, he's fucking dead. All right, then. Jen.
But so over here in the west, we've got this cavalry battle here, where we got inferior, advantage. So it's 4-3, but advantage to the. Oh, actually, they got superior quality, immense superior quality, so it evens out. 4-3 and even odds. All right.
So what Jen wanted for the cavalry, like, does it matter, or?
Which cavalry? The ones up here?
Basically all his cavalry here.
Yeah. What's he trying to do?
He wants them to screen and fall back, or if they show weakness, to attack them. The Hussars are supposedly supposed to do something about the infantry, like screen them or prevent them from attacking.
Which infantry?
I don't know.
Yeah,
These Hussars?
I know which Hussars, which infantry. These guys here? Okay. Yeah, well, these dragoons aren't going to get word immediately, and they're going to be trying. So they've done. What have we got? They've done 1, 2 up, and they take a hit, and then hit and 3 back.
Was he surprised when he saw those infantries firing?
Oh yeah, he was very surprised. Like, what the hell? That there was a red infantry here, and they're red guards too. Interesting. Oh no. Well, it's a good thing Hussars are screening.
Yep.
There he goes.
Hussars are screening, but they do take.
If you
2
continue
more.
to push, he can just flank him. Together with, oh god.
Honestly, I think the Hussars might go into the artillery. Like they're gonna see the artillery that are unguarded, because he still says, because his infantry, he wants them all to go over here. Still. So if the Hussars break here, his artillery is gonna die.
See how aggressive they are. I know they're ordered to stop, but they're guard Hussars. They're probably pissed off, and they're aggressive, so they're going to charge. And at this point, most of these guys are blown. So it's effectively a fight between 2.
I mean, you still have the infantry, the guards supporting with musket fire.
That's true. I don't care how aggressive they are. They're not going to commit. They're not going to commit to an attack there. They'll just be here.
Yeah.
All right, it's a good thing that the Hussars are there, or else I think this battle would have been surprising people's victory.
Flank would be a crushing. It would be a crushing.
So can he replenish the dragoons, just like standing, or do they have to go to the
They need to fall back. The supply will do it faster. They can fall back and just do it quietly. They just need to not be on the front line, basically, before they can start trying to recover. Where were the 4th chasseurs ordered, these guys?
He didn't order them anything. They're pretty much independent.
Okay.
So go with the gun.
You should probably send him a reminder, because now they've linked up. So
I'll tell him next round that he has now control of them.
Yeah.
But they're still independent movements.
Okay, so for now they're going to stand here. They report they've got control. They've re-linked up again. They've got command.
Oh gosh. Gen T did send out dispatched artilleries. He's getting.
So what is he actually doing here? Is he pushing the attack, or is he trying to?
Yes, he is.
Pushing the attack?
Yes, he's pushing the attack. He wants the 11E to spread out to the left flank. He wants the dragoons over here to go to the right and come at them from behind.
Okay. So 11E to go left, so they're fanning this way. Sure.
And he's rallying them to attack. But I don't know if that's the good decision.
Well, not really. But I mean, he's trying something. He's pushing and trying to advance up the hill. Let's see if any of this recovers. So this guy could recover on a 3+. Doesn't.
No.
These 3 can recover on a 5+.
Oh, that's a 6, I think.
It's either a 6 or a 5, either way, yes. So these 2 are going to recover.
Nice. I didn't think he would get that.
Meanwhile, this one, and this one are pushing in. They will get a chance to fire.
What does the big breastworks do for the infantry?
It's going to give them defensive advantages, and also means it's harder to harder to disrupt them. So many of the brigade systems have incremental damage and damage tracks. With the Avalone system, I have a cap. So their strength level, their discipline, is the amount that you have to surpass in order to break them. Otherwise, you can kill them, but they don't break or disrupt. And the breastworks both give them better accuracy outwards and makes it harder to disrupt them inwards. So that's how I implement the breastworks anyway. Okay, now there is also everything, and his kid sister is going to open up. And it probably isn't useful to do too much of this, but so I'm just going to mark that down one rather than actually get it out as well. Okay, this is too much. There's too many pieces firing there. So this one wants to pull down to here. He wants to go to here. That's fine. Line. So
God, Jan might actually win. What?
Firing up from here, there's 3 units firing uphill. 2, 2, 4.
So much smoke.
Exactly.
Achilles still hasn't really done anything on this side. Like, this force is just like holding off the entire.
Yeah, they do nothing. Firing up is completely ineffective. Firing down the hill, on the other hand, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, they're all very poor troops. He has no idea how poor his troops are, but he's got canister with it.
Still fresh units.
Yeah.
Against exhausted.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're fresh too. So.
Will they engage in melee?
They're not going to get to it. They would fight in melee if it got to it, but they're not going to make it to the top. They take 1, 2.
Marshall, it looks like your Vermillion might lose to Jan.
Yep.
Oops, wrong way.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Can we remove one of the defenses? Because canister shots, artillery shots, and all that should take damage. Like, the defenses should be heavily damaged at this point with the canister shots.
But remember that his artillery cannot fire because these troops will have moved up.
Right, at what though? I mean, the whole hill is covered in his own troops.
Like, he wanted them to counter battery at the red artillery.
Well, I mean, unless he's specifically standing over them making them, I don't have troops firing over their own troops. Like, they don't fire over their own men. It's usually a very bad idea. I do allow to make it happen if they stand over there and insists, but there's still always a chance of friendly fire.
Do you think they could attack these guys?
Maybe. Yeah, they could fire on that.
Yeah. Okay. So at least they're firing. Like, you know.
I'll move a wagon of supply down to help them. Okay, so firing 3 up there. That's going to be.
But that is pretty long range, I think.
Yeah. So they do a hit and they do a disrupt. So that is. And that actually means they both. Yep, he manages to break them both with long range fire.
well, ain't that something?
Hey, at least he got something.
Yeah.
The part that doesn't even matter. He scores his great success.
Yay!
But over here, they're getting ready for a big push, and these guys at the cavalry have stopped standing by the riverbank listening to Sam yell at them from across the water.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So left flank is crumbling. Right flank is still getting ready to attack.
Yeah, and also, right, because of the pressure on the left flank, this young guard over here has started moving across. So potentially it's just very weak, dismounted cavalry over here against a heavy head.
Are they gonna see Sam? This will be funny as fuck if they see Sam.
So
Sam-
far, they haven't.
Sam's
They
down
assumed
the
that he drowned.
No, they can't see him.
They
Too
saw
far
the
away to hear
horse,
him.
but assumed that he drowned.
I'd give him a fresh horse and send him back. He's the MVP.
If he swims
He
back,
has-
it's very easy to give him a horse. Any of his men will give him a horse. But
Wait, like he would have to swim across first, though.
yes, he would have to swim back.
No, I'd give him a horse and send him back. He's the red MVP.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if they got if they found him, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is at that point. I'm going to save again in case we have another crash. All right, we come to 1600. I don't think we've missed anything.
Let me see. I think shouldn't this infantry have moved up more?
Yeah, you're right. It should have moved up. So I'll move it up 1, 2. Yeah, so they'll be right behind here.
And this red artillery here is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's going to try and rally there. And otherwise, it will sit there until. Yeah, this cavalry will form up here too. It's broken.
Is this
but it might-
infantry in the back moving like over here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything I can help with?
Oh, welcome. How was the concert?
It was extremely hot, and now I think I finally got the little monster down for a nap, so I am available.
Fantastic. If you could go with Golden to Gen T this time, we may have you assist with Gen T, because he's commanding a lot of units at the moment, and I think Golden could use some backup.
Yes, please.
Okay.
He's also getting creamed. I think he made some bad decisions too.
He's
Okay,
assaulting
so-
Mary's Heights.
So this is
Gen T
can somebody
is-
promote me out of Observer Hell?
I'll try. I can promote you at least. I don't know if I can. I'll see if I can give you a color. I can make you black, I think.
Okay. Well, the umpires seem to have a more favorable assessment of Achilles' chances than I have. Yes, it looks like he will punch through on the right, but yeah, we'll see how that hammer blow comes down, because even if the cavalry gets through, the infantry just forms squares, and the infantry attack in the center is no longer possible because that infantry's been, cut up. So, what else does Achilles have? Nothing. There's no other reinforcements. There's no other forces. I don't see how he wins. Even if he walked across on the right flank, I don't see how he wins. Huh. Yeah, Jan has this in my opinion. I'm about to the point where I'd put money on it for sure. But it will be interesting to get Jan's perspective as he hears his reports, although I know what it will be. And over here on the left, yes, we have Guard Hussars. I don't know. It looks like the left could start to stabilize with these guards and with the enemy Hussars spent. But those chasseurs are a real headache, a real problem. The Hussars could drive in on them. But, they're kind of, they got 2 on the left, 2 in the front, 2 on the right versus 3 Hussars. So you can kind of pick one direction and go. But then it's at the expense of something else, so... The Hussars, the Guard Hussars, are more or less outnumbered 2-1. I would almost send one right, one center, or two center, or one left. Something, I don't know. But right here is the weak point for... Right through here. This is the way to go, like that. But the Hussar commander might not see that or know that, so... Why would they know that? On the right, it's time for Achilles to give the order for his assault. We're just going to assume that's going to happen. And here on the left, you know, they rolled dice, you know, but the dice just didn't work. They didn't go in their favor at all. They didn't score a single hit on a single block, which is, I mean, it almost seals the deal. Let's go back to Jen and listen in to his report.
Yeah. Okay, so you from the last term, you were able to rally surprisingly 2 of your troops. So they became not broken, and that's the only reason why they're not shattered right now. But they decided to attack up there with you, but it didn't really do anything. And it seems like they took a lot of casualties from all of the gunfire. You received a report from your cavalry northwest that they got pretty fucked, and that there's like a wall of people's cavalry there. Your guard hussars are screening the retreat, but it looks like if the enemy pushes further, they'll be at your artillery.
Okay, that's bad. I'm outflanked.
Your guard hussars are pretty strong though, so like.
Okay. I'll have them keep screening. Is the artillery reporting they're effective?
The artillery reported that they can't fire over your men, so they decided to fire to the side. And so if your men from 11th Brigade gets there, they'll have an easier time.
Yeah. We're committed. We can't pull back now without trying to beat them. So I'm gonna try and keep these units in front of me here as much as I can.
Double or nothing out of Jen. Double or nothing. Oh boy. And here goes Achilles. Now, does that attack actually land or not? I see the units moving up. But it looks like these attacks don't land. It looks like the formation change takes place. And then they move a little bit. So it'll be a little while before that attack lands, but then once it does, yeah. In the center, at Brown Ridge, if the Republique luck holds, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. Brilliant victory for Jan. If, however, Jen's attack does score some lucky hits, then that would be a different story. This is quite a challenge. I wonder if Jen is a little overwhelmed too. you command a lot of blocks, you kind of get this impression that you have extra to kind of throw away, and you can take bigger risks, just like a rich person in a casino. So I wonder if that plays into it. We'll be seeing here shortly.
He's going to have to make an infantry
It's a
push.
massive push. All three push, so. Infantry on the flanks, and cavalry right in the middle. They want to go
Also, Sam goes to Jan.
Goes to work.
Wait, what happened to Sam?
Sam is pretending to convert to sides and try and assassinate Jan. Really, it's just amazing, yo.
Okay.
I would expect
Sam Miller has no. You have no troops. I continue my attack.
Oh my god.
So he's probably gonna meet up with this guard hussars right here and pretend to say that he's switching sides.
Okay, so yeah, they'll take him into custody.
And he's gonna say he said something about leaking his plans or whatever. So I'm not sure. You'll have to talk with. I mean, Jan will have to talk with him, or his commander will.
I think reasonably he'll be forced to hand across his sword.
Can we make, if he actually
I'll let him have.
assassinates...
We'll let him have a pistol or knife or something on him if he wants. That's fine. But he's taken into custody, and he will move with the 5th until they rendezvous with Young.
If he succeeds and the whole army retreats because their general died, oh my god.
Oh, that would be MVP.
Oh my god.
Imagine.
He probably won't. But it'll be fun.
There is a chance.
There's always a chance.
Imagine just going around your day, marching around, and suddenly the enemy commander comes walking alone from a position which he should not have been able to cross.
Don't forget dripping wet.
Yeah.
Guys, can we do my orders first because I have to do stuff? So,
sure.
infantry charge, cavalry charge.
There's also a charge going down this hill. They're trying to charge down the hill.
Sorry, the infantry doesn't charge. The infantry pushes forward to support the engaged cells. Basically, push forward.
Okay, so they're trying to charge. Infantry here. This infantry is trying to charge cavalry.
No, they're pushing forward. Basically, getting firing range. Push them. Or they want to as far as possible.
Right. Well, cavalry is just faster, so it's going to be a separate engagement.
But the cavalry is also pushing the dragoons.
Yep. So we'll have a separate fight between the cavalry. I think they're unwise to be doing this, but sure. Okay, no problem. We'll have this cavalry fight here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have for the first time the advantage is on the other side.
Did Achilles get his dispatch? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so it doesn't matter where the advantage is. The red cavalry continues to be ridiculous.
What happened? What happened to the People's Army?
Well, the People's Army continues to be ridiculous.
Oh my god!
Yet they destroy one of the units, and for no extra loss to their own, they.
Oh no!
Now, I'm going to rule that after this many separate engagements, their whole formation is to rest. It's tired, it's won many, many battles, but it did successfully wipe. It drove off the entire cavalry wing. So it's just
how many did these guys beat off? Like seriously?
4 brigades. But they did their job, and these guys are now able to advance south. These guys are able to.
These guys have nothing to do except long range. These guys are getting ready to open up.
Yeah. These guys are pivoting to fight the infantry heading south. These guys will probably... They got nothing they can hit. These guys are falling back. There's nothing they can hit, so they're just gonna... They won't fire this turn, but they'll move to this side of the house. These guys are outside canister, but they will fire shot at these people moving south towards them.
Do you think 12E would like notice that infantry are advancing on their artillery?
Yes, but they can't. They won't. They're under orders to press into here, and they're under attack here. So they report to Jen.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna lose badly. Well, unless the cavalry do something. And I did not expect the People's Army to be this strong.
Neither did I.
It's better to be lucky than good, guys.
Yeah, supposedly all their infantry are so poor quality, and then they're beating a force twice their size, and...
I mean, this whole line advancing is a risky choice, because they are all, like, they're very low quality, and they've been fighting very well from good positions, but if they get into melee with even shaken good troops trying to push up this slope, it won't end well for them. So we'll have to see how that goes. On the other hand, these guys are badly shot up, so we'll see what's happening. What is Jen trying to do over here? So these guys took no losses. They're
continuing.
So artillery tore through here, but these guys are good enough discipline that they don't disrupt. That's what happened there. So in terms of briefing, we'll just tell them they're maintaining discipline. These guys, so Jen is continuing to attack.
Yep.
Okay, and these guys are advancing across the breastworks to charge them.
Oh, they are. Oh, this could get fun.
Yeah.
This is the deciding moment.
This is the as Hugs would say, white dice hits only. This is going to be the green dice moment.
So there's
so to speak.
The Dragoons are also trying to get up, but I don't know if they'll be able to be in time.
Yeah. None of these guys are melee troops, so we don't have the whole opposed of who actually takes the hits. It's all an ugly fight in the middle. So broken troops just fall back because they do.
And
the 11th is trying to push around this flank. The 10th is trying to drive up the middle. This is chaos.
Yeah. I imagine this would be a hellhole right here. Trench warfare and everything.
The 11th is trying to push around the side, so they get to say here.
Yeah, because these guys are trying. These guys are ordered to charge, and if somebody forms square, continue to.
So they're trying to get up here. They're trying to go around to go up. They can't attack up that through obstacles into a defender position. This artillery is trying to shoot. Is trying to break them.
But these guys are also trying to charge right through their own position, aren't they?
These guys are told to hold. So specifically to clear their line of fire.
Okay.
So got this engagement here, where these guys are trying to break these guys, and if they do, then these guys don't spill out. If they don't, these guys will get into their rear over here. So we've got canister, and we've got light. So we have this firing.
Deciding moments, people. Canister. Oh?
One disrupt. So that is. So what was the red dice? Sorry, it was a 3. How good are these cavalry? Not good enough. So this unit here is spent, but they are able to get around here.
Ooh, he now has cavalry behind him, but they do have red guards coming in from behind.
They do. Meanwhile, Now for Wrath, now for Ruin. We got it's like an Irish Brigade moment. We've got the 10th line against the 10th line. Both in red uniforms, just be entirely confusing. Okay, they're ordered to attack. Now, as John would tell me, most times that just means close range engagement. So before we actually have them contact, they're going to shoot each other in the face.
Would it be advantage for Jan's side, or is it just equal because?
I would say it's going to be equal because Jan's coming out of the breastwork, so he's not going to have the organization.
Oh, he ordered them to attack?
Yes.
Oh wow.
He's trying to push them down against the river. If he can do it, he'll kill a lot of them because they can't all get back across the crossing. So I see what he's doing. But it is a
Oh god, all this mess.
Smoky mess. So on the red side we have 1, 2, 3, 4 units firing.
Yep, 4 firing. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 firing.
Yeah.
Okay, on this side we have a 2, a 2, a 3, a 3, and a 2. Sorry, I got the last dice wrong. That's how I missed anyway. So we have. Oh my god. The luck of the People's Republic continues.
Oh my god.
So there's a hit. This unit takes a hit and disrupts. In the other direction we have 2 hits. Which means overall they are gaining ground. There's still a lot of troops on the slope, but overall these forces are falling back. These forces are advancing through the smoke.
Considering that they started at already close range and then they basically fired a point blank volley, wouldn't they just carry on into the charge at this point?
Yeah, but they're gaining ground.
I mean,
at this point.
right.
You mean,
I mean, we're looking at like 15 minutes, so it would be fire and charge right then.
Well, they don't really want the bayonet. They just want to push them down the slope.
Okay.
So, what was the marching speed in assault?
3, I'd say.
Oh, 3. So they should move 2 more then.
And we need to move these up, correct?
Yeah, move them up.
These guys will reach this tiny little dragoon thingy.
Yep, they'll just steamroll over it. It's got no combat value.
All right.
It's just a scanning point. Good God.
I think we may have missed the Crusaders Horse Artillery firing last turn. Potentially.
Target last turn, but it definitely does now.
Yeah.
So it has canister target now. These guys are here. It's firing, belching fire across there. It's amazing. So we'll give it.
Research hold. These guys were told to let the other groups pass first.
Who's these guys?
The
Marines.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would they go down the plateau first, or would they?
They were told to let the other guys go first, were they?
What do you say?
Do you say they were told to let the other guys go first?
Yeah, but I weren't told where they would wait.
Okay. Yeah, I was just say they advance to here, but they. Yeah. Cool. Yep. So they canister fire whistles through. It's a few men die, but it's not effective at this range.
Yeah.
And the men here are getting nervous because these are very impressive looking people coming at them.
Yeah.
Question: what happened on the left side? I was gone.
The cavalry managed to drive off the guard hussars, and then the infantry pushed forward and took some light fire, but no real damage. They maintained discipline under the cannon fire.
Good.
All right.
What happened? Yeah, I'm not gonna ask what happened here. I'm not gonna ask. It's just too
both
bad.
sides advanced.
Yeah.
Gen Z lost.
Yeah, the moderates are pushing down the hill.
Okay, so I was muted and I was just now speaking after a prolonged period of just listening to the umpires. On the right, the government forces should push through, no problem. But do they do so with enough time and force to make a difference? Maybe. I don't know. Certainly the way for Jan to escape is open to the left. The center is collapsing. It's failing for the attackers who chose to go uphill into breastworks. Even though they had a number of advantages, those advantages were negated by the terrain and the defenses, and just plain bad luck. Meanwhile, Jan, benefiting from good luck, has decided to press his luck and push down the hill. I think that's a questionable decision on Jan's part. However, it may pay off big for him. On Jan's far right, the government left, the battle is more or less played out. That artillery should hold the left, and that's it. However, conditions of honor have definitely been satisfied over there for the Republique. And again, this gives Jan an opportunity to escape to the left. Now, does he escape with an army? That'd be another question. Yeah, I don't know that this goes well for the government at all. Yeah, they'll punch through the paper here at the right, but losing these numbers of troops, this much of a fight, that would embolden the people in the capital, not discourage them. So something's going to have to. I mean, there's going to have to be not only. There's going to have to be luck involved here at this point. At this point, I think it's 75-25 in favor of Jan and the Republic. All right. All right. Yeah, it would be cool to see Waterloo. There's a number of issues, and just so people know, seeing that it is the 18th of June, would be cool to see Waterloo refought. It's just after 12 o'clock in the afternoon in California, by the way, because you mentioned the Romanian time zone. The reason we don't do Waterloo is because it's largely a pitched battle, and there's not a lot of interesting decisions for the commanders to make. It would also be very large and take a lot of time and effort to run. At the end of the day, we don't know that it would be particularly entertaining or rewarding for the players or worth it to run a battle, especially when everybody kind of just knows how it goes. At some point, I imagine it will happen. We do have a Kriegspiel map for it. But when we run these games, we don't like to reenact historical battles because everybody kind of knows the outcome, and we don't want players to do essentially scripted behaviors where they're following history. We want them to make their own decisions and their own mistakes. So typically what we do is we might take a battle like Gettysburg or Waterloo, and we recast the battle on a different map. We recreate the problems and situations that were present at these battles, but we change everything around so that the players don't recognize that they're actually fighting a historic battle. They feel like they're fighting something fresh that's never happened before, and therefore they think independently and they make their own decisions instead of simply copying what Napoleon did or someone else did. And that's kind of important to the experience. But that's kind of the explanation. That being said, yes, at some point we probably will play a Waterloo. Why not? I wonder if at this point, after being repeatedly beat down, if Jen loses nerve and retreats. Let's see.
Question: Where are you going to be?
Yeah. Are you going to stay here in the middle of this fight, or are you going to back out?
I'm going to back out and try and rally those breaking units that are pulling back.
Okay.
Okay.
Please let me know if you need any more clarifications or anything.
Nope,
I think
works for me.
More or less self-evident.
Yep, that works for me.
All right, Jen, are you attacking, falling back, holding position? What are you doing?
I've just ordered a bayonet charge.
Oh boy.
I have my units are getting torn up, but I've been informed that the enemy is also getting torn up, and it's hard to tell what's going on. I'm in the middle of a crazy close-range engagement. They moved out of their fortifications, so I'm going to take this opportunity to send fresh units into the mix. See if I can't break them.
All right. Well, good luck.
I'm trying.
It's better to be lucky than good.
The assault that we talked about when you were here previous, there's this tiny little stream. I didn't know that I would have to ford it at that crossing, so I got completely pigeonholed when I tried to attack this hill. What my intention was to attack the hill on its breadth. I thought that I'd be able to get across this little creek. I didn't realize it was also something I'd have to go at a crossing. So that's really why this is happening.
Yeah, that happened to me too in my first live Saturday game. Like I thought that something was crossable, but it wasn't. So I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah, I should have asked, but I assumed that this tiny little creek was something that my men could walk across. So my intention was not to get all bottled up in this little corner, but my intention was to attack them on the breadth of this hill. But that was not what happened.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Again, good luck to everyone.
Yep, thank you.
Achilles.
Sure.
Have you got any reports?
Yes. The guard is assaulting that hill position. The Marines are waiting to become the second wave, just in case. So we're finally going into the assault. Although my guns are going to be never going to get up there in time to be of any use whatsoever. Also, my last dispatch from Jen says he's having a really tough fight somewhere around Brown, and that there's a hidden force of enemy up in those woods up to the north, which you may remember I told you I suspected there probably would be. So he sent the Hussars to reinforce the 1st Cavalry Division and screen those guys so that he can continue his attack. I will say that in the original plan, he was not supposed to assault Brown until the assault on the right went in, but I'm kind of glad that he ignored me and did it anyway. Yeah, I feel sorry for him because he's essentially had the entire brunt of this battle, and that's kind of disappointing because I was hoping to get engaged sooner than this. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Why?
the only fighting on my end was a small detachment of infantry that apparently we destroyed, but we're now assaulting the hill. So
Yeah, now you're committed on the right.
Mhm.
Why are you glad he attacked in the center?
Primarily because I suspect that drew considerable attention.
I kill it.
Yes.
We missed a detail. At the beginning of the turn, the Am's cavalry arrived to you and are awaiting orders.
Which cavalry? The
Sabs?
cuirassier?
Yeah, three cuirass.
Okay.
And 3 lancers.
Okay. Oh, geez, there's the lancers. I was wondering what happened to them. Okay, have them form up behind the guard, off to the right, off to the side of the road, on the right hand side, so that they can follow up. If we take the hill, they need to get up and exploit. So they'll need to follow that road if we could take the hill.
All right.
Okay.
Got it. Yep.
All right. Anyway, as I was saying, you asked me why I'm kind of glad that he did make the attack.
Yeah.
Because I imagined that. Well, originally the intent was that his force would be a demonstration until the assault on the right began.
Mm-hmm.
And it was to draw the enemy's attention to that area. I suspect that by making the assault, he's probably done that. And if he's made I don't know how successful he's being at this point, but if they're still engaged, then I imagine that the enemy forces are at least considering having to bring some people into that region to help hold the area.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully that has lightened what's in front of me. If with my forces, because they were hidden by that plateau in those woods on their approach, and it's taken so long for them to get there, it's entirely possible that in the enemy mind, they didn't see anything but cavalry for all this time on that end. They may have lightened their forces over there in order to reinforce elsewhere, which could really benefit me if I can take that stupid hill. Because once we take that hill, I don't know what's out there, obviously. I'm just guessing. But once we take that hill, if what I suspect is happening is what's happening, then we're going to be on that plateau coming in from what's on my right-hand side on the map, coming down that road. We'll be coming up behind the positions at Brown and that plateau and that mountain up there. Yeah, unless he's got something that he can throw in front of me, we'll basically be rolling up the right side of his, what would be the left side of his line, right side of mine, with 2 divisions plus cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's out there. I could be completely wrong, but if that is the situation, then yeah, he would be in serious trouble at that point.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right.
We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. I'm going to find out. I guess I'll find out just how completely I misjudged the entire situation, but we'll see.
Well, it is interesting. I'm sitting here looking at the Empire map as you explain your plan, and I am seeing things unfold, and you'll be getting your reports.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's actually really cool to talk to all the players and get kind of what's going on in their head. At the same time, the resolutions are being presented on the Empire map.
Yeah.
So I actually know the outcome and what's going on outside of your view, and it's really cool for us who are watching to hear these perspectives, to hear your thoughts.
Well, I hope that on the stream and for everybody else that this is fun and that they're having a good time and that we've got some interesting problems going on. I'm hoping that we did, or that I didn't screw this up so badly and that it's like, okay, this is really boring because it's taking forever and nobody's doing anything. So I'm hoping that what we presented is a really good, entertaining product here. So we will see.
I'll say this is one of the most interesting battles. Yesterday's battle, which was quick and short, was entertaining and interesting. That one is available on the Patreon. Actually, it's the only place you can view it. But this one is almost equally as compelling as yesterday's. So,
Interesting.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy watching the live stream, the playback.
I hope so. I think that'll be great. And I'm only disappointed that we haven't gotten engaged sooner. And the only real hiccup on my side, more than anything, other than that time and distance, is my artillery being misplaced behind the guard instead of with the Marines, because they should have been in action already, and that would have made it. I think that would have been an interesting thing. But hey, you got to deal with those kind of things. That's what happens.
Yeah.
I will say this though. This is my first time to command in IKS, and my first time to do any of this like this. And I think maybe the hardest lesson that I've learned here is that it's very difficult to get the concept of time and distance right. For how long it takes to get from point A to point B and that sort of thing. And in my mind, my natural default position is mechanized. So I think in terms of getting to someplace much quicker, and so it's hard to fight that image in your mind, and just learning the time and distance, that is a complex thing. That's what comes with experience with it. So I'm learning, and I'm having fun. I'm just, the anxiety is killing me. I just want to know what's happening.
All right. Well, you'll see soon.
Yeah, right. I imagine this should be getting close to resolution, not too much longer. So
yeah, I would say probably 1 or 2, or no more than 3 more turns maximum.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Jan.
Marshall.
How's it going?
I feel it's going pretty good.
Yeah?
I hear from Crusader that he is pressed hard by infantry, so the Young Guard will be ordered to countermarch once again for the 3rd time this game. And in the west, the situation appears right now to be pretty much in our favor. From what I know, the enemy cavalry division is routed and falling back, and these infantry guys here attacking the Brown Hill are pretty much in a bad spot with the creek behind them and mostly shattered. There should be an assault going down the hill right now, and maybe with support of the cavalry we can capture this division there. Who knows?
Did you meet a mysterious stranger on the road?
Yeah, I was told by Peter that I came across the guard brigade there, and the commander stopped me and told me, "Hey, we got one Sam Miller captured here. Do you know this guy?" Yeah, so I haven't talked to him yet, but that's just great. I had a good laugh at that.
yeah, there's a lot of amusement there. You'll enjoy watching the live stream, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I believe so. And I already told the viewers on my stream that even though that Sam sort of has become a meme for being such an aggressive commander early on when he joined, that I'm very impressed by how he has developed over the last month. I think, there are always these situations where he falls back into this and charges in no matter what.
Yeah.
But I think he has become quite a good commander. I've seen very impressive fallback and sort of evade actions and all that. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Wonderful.
And there he is. There he is.
There is Sam. Yep.
There is Sam.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Leave you to it.
Thank you.
All right.
These guys have been shattered for a while, don't they? Like,
They
and they
are
haven't really been in any fighting.
Not that long. Not that long. They have a chance to rally this turn, and they do so. But they are on, I believe. I say this one will rally. This one won't. This one simply can't. It's already been broken. It's retreating.
Do you think this infantry would like see the cavalry in their rear and be like, "What?"
Who? Sorry. This guy. He can probably turn that direction, but he's only rallying this turn. So let's see if these guys interdict them. That's best of two. Good grief! Stop. Just stop. All right. And this is going to have a chance to fire canister. Okay, so that is going to be. Can they see Dragoon? Yes, they do. They managed to spend that too. So that was going to be spent before it can engage anything else. No substantial losses, just they're tired and they're going to go this way. They're just going to fall back and try and get back down this way. They can't push on. Even with the they're just disrupted. Okay, so now we have this little fight here with 3 moderate formations trying to push down the hill into 6 or 7 pushing up.
Yep. And like I said, Genty ordered take it to cold steel, so I guess they'll fire and charge.
Yeah, in that case, I will give the benefit of the volley to the defenders. Have a chance to break the charge. 2, 1, 1. So wrong side. This side. Okay, they deal 2 disrupts, the attackers, before they engage. So I'll do that to here. I'll do that to, let's say, here. Can I kill him now? Tell him to wait till his next update. He can order the assassination attempt in his next order if he wants. Okay, and then there's I'm not going to make this even messier. I'm just going to minus the ammunition. So
and
2,
Justin, there is a
3.
There we go.
2. I already got the one, didn't I?
Yep, it got covered up.
Okay.
But you also have this line moving up behind.
We can't.
Well,
yeah, it's moving up behind, but can't really get involved. 2,
okay.
3, 3, 2, 2. So. All right. So. One, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. So these 3 that are still here, this is falling back already. These 3 that are here shatter.
Yeah, they shouldn't have gone in from their defensive positions.
They're in
What the heck?
excellent positions, but they're trying to drive them from the field. They pushed a bit too far.
And that's going to put these guys these guys were already close. They're basically going to hit the back of this artillery this turn before I guess maybe the artillery's got a chance to try to run.
Yeah, I'm actually going to roll for contagious morale for both batteries.
Okay.
Because their infantry support just broke. Left battery? Nope. Right battery? Yes. So that one's going to panic and run.
Oh my! I just realized something. Sam Miller is successfully holding the reinforcements.
Well, they're going they're going the other direction, so
Now
not
they're going
really.
the other direction?
Yeah, they're going back towards the other crossing. But I have to say, at this point, I think I'm prepared to call it.
Really?
Can we at least see if the skirmishers over here shoot?
Yeah, they might take out the artillery and.
Well, and you also have these hussars that are not spent, and that's cloud of skirmishers. I'd say they're probably going to charge at least part of it.
Well, this formation is falling back. Let's have this wall of skirmishers against the guy. Like, we'll finish the turn, but I'm both sides of the mission are shattered. Yes, the grenadiers are in their back, but they have enough troops to overweigh them.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with the rest of this turn over here. But
if they take up the artillery,
sorry, what?
Well, let's see what happens to the artillery, and then.
Yeah, I'll fire the skirmishers. So that is.
Also, he has cavalry on the flank, so he could still charge him.
They wouldn't know that they're spent, so the hussars would probably still be scared.
I mean, they probably heard the stories
Hitting 3
the enemy
disrupts.
completely annihilated them.
Only two, because it's skirmishers. But yeah, they're going to disrupt 2 of these positions.
All of this actually still fall back.
Meanwhile, these guys are going to have a chance to fire back while it's happening. These guys are also falling back. The fact that they're not both broken, they still lost the fight. Okay. Did you fire a canister or a shot?
Canister.
Cool.
Being how close they are.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just making sure. So they're all firing. But still, canister is not amazing against skirmishers.
Yeah, skirmishers who are in open order.
So only on these.
Wow.
Good shooting. Good shooting. They punch out half the skirmishers. Well, they punch out 3 of the 6. Yeah, they punch out half the skirmishers.
Oh, half. Damn.
But that's like a third of the damage they would have done if they were shooting at formed units. So that feels about right.
So these. Yeah.
So yes, they punched out 3 of them. And meanwhile, the skirmishers, these guys can push out more lights if they want. They've disrupted 2 of the batteries.
These guys are probably going to retreat by fire. The whole fire, instead of resetting, you just keep backing up.
Yeah,
Give them just a little bit of backwards movement.
They're getting mobbed by.
There's no way they're gonna escape the cavalry, so it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah. The question is, if the cavalry menaces them, but I mean, they don't know they're spent, sure, but they have seen them fight a lot.
Yeah, but artillery are usually scaredy cats on cavalry.
Yeah, if the cavalry menaces them.
Do we get to have a conversation between Jan and Sam before we call it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have.
We should.
And can he say Rolla dies if he successfully kills him? In the middle, and it's oh, you survived.
All right, so I'm gonna head to Red One now.
Maybe we call everyone into the room now and do the assassination attempt.
Oh Lord. Would Sam even be armed?
Yes, he has a hidden weapon.
We said he has a knife or something inside his jacket.
Yeah, because he wouldn't have a pistol after swimming across the river with dried powder.
True.
Oh, okay.
He was dripping wet. They took his sword.
Well, he would have the pistol.
Well, he may have a pistol. He may have a pistol.
He does have a pistol, but it might be useless.
It is.
Yeah. I don't even think an assassination attempt is practical. I mean, then again, it is Sam Miller.
It's Sam Miller.
It is Sam Miller.
So I'm not giving him even chance of success. I'll give him very poor chance of success.
Yeah.
But he wants to throw his life away. So
All right, can we all go into this channel and see?
Yeah.
Let's call him into everyone into this channel.
All right.
Okay. So
Who won though? Like, it doesn't feel like anyone won.
well, before we go, you don't think anyone won?
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the entire Liberal army is shattered.
right side has been pushed.
The right side is overrun by cavalry and guard. The left side is shattered. Yes, they
Even
know
if
the
the left
cavalry
side wins somehow, there's no way they can fight the right side. No way.
The infantry is shattered. There's the guard out here is still intact, yes, but the moderates are broken. They're outnumbered.
Yeah.
And but before we do that, I want consensus. Does anyone feel that the Liberals have a chance of winning at this point? Yes, they have 3 intact brigades of guard. But can they win?
There would be a heroic last stand with Jan and the guard, I think.
Yes.
I think so. Like, I feel like we should play this out. Like, if they get the artillery, like, they might have beaten the left side.
No, but they lost the defenses.
We'll give them one more turn. They've shattered the lines. Let's see what they do with it.
Okay, we should see one more turn.
Well, the thing
Honestly,
is,
we should do one more turn. One more turn should like
well,
see.
yeah, I don't know that you have to go one more turn. We have to also think about when does Jan get the report, and then how much time does he have to react to that. And while there's the delay for him to get the report, government forces are closing in. Does he have a chance to escape? Does he make a last stand with his guard? Yeah.
It doesn't. It really doesn't matter. It's
Is
he a plausible player in the Civil War? And the answer is no. He may get away with his crack division, but that's not enough to hold a state.
Okay.
Well, and on the other thing, this turn, because he backed out of the firefight that was keeping him from seeing what was behind him, Gentee's going to see all of this, know it's there, and he's also having brigades coming back into the line. So he's going to be able to.
He literally just got a message about reports of what's happening.
Yeah,
so he knows.
Yeah, he's getting ready to. He's getting ready to form up along this line.
Yeah.
Well,
because that would be the logical.
I'm also thinking for 1806 campaign purposes, we need to know what happens to Jan himself.
I think if Gentee goes over here, that means Jan has a chance to escape. Because he does have cavalry, they're spent, but...
Whether or not he personally escapes or not, if he no longer has a command or a power base, he is a non-player character.
No matter what, they lose.
Well, I would say Jan should at least get a couple choices that the umpires present. You can run away on your own. You can make a last stand with your guard. What do you want to do? And then we play it out. Then we have something to play out. What I don't want is an inconclusive result to the battle, where
I think we should also
the
see
character can cross the river and suddenly here's more divisions and more this and that.
No, there's no more divisions.
Yeah, there has to be a resolution here. Otherwise, 1806 will be a mess.
Okay, I think we should one more turn.
He's lost his power break.
But I would give Jan a choice to spare his character at least. But and by spare his character means spare him for the day versus die fighting. He can run away. I don't know. That's me. But you guys do what you want to do.
I'll hop into his channel and we can do the assassination.
Oh yeah, let's go.
I would just. I was on the stream and I was hearing this, and I would just like to point out that, well, yes, his troops are shattered. They don't really have anything to pursue them with other than the stuff on the right. So we need to resolve if they do actually break through, because then they will be most likely run down, but we don't know that for sure.
The right has collapsed.
Let's next turn the cavalry on the right's going to be doing this, and Jan's going to be at least these guys are going to at least partially move forward. So they're basically, this division here is about to run into a cavalry division. Well, this brigade is about to run into a cavalry division. So they're going to be surrounded. They'll have to form square because they have no other option.
Yeah.
And that means that they're caught. They're done.
Yeah.
All of this is shattered.
All right. Well, let's let the umpires take over and work it out.
Yep.
So that's to you, Justin. However you choose to do it.
Handle the assassination attempt. I'm going to say on a 1 or 2. On a 2, he manages to injure Jan. On a 1, he manages to kill Jan. On a 3+, he fails, and is either killed or captured at Jan's pleasure.
All right. No, he failed.
Okay. So you can brief him that the assassination attempt occurs. Jan is occupied for the turn and can't.
Marshall, hello.
Hey
Why
guys.
is the report taking so long?
Because we're resolving a number of things.
Greetings. So, Sam, would you like to narrate?
Is Sam here? Did he step away? Oh, there he is.
No.
So, Sam, narrate how you would do this.
Do what?
Your thing.
Do the thing.
Like, did I already did it, or?
No, just do it.
No, you're in the process.
Do it now. Go.
What's going on?
Like,
Okay, Jan.
Since we talked,
Jan,
I think I would just...
Jan and Sam, you're facing across from each other. You've had your conversations, such as they were. Sam kind of bends over to maybe make a cough. He reaches into his jacket and pulls forth a knife, lunging at you, Jan. The blade is mere inches from you, but one of your guardsmen managed to knock it away, and you stumble backwards. And then 2 of your guards managed to grab Sam. He knock him to the ground. He's at your mercy. What do you want to do with him?
As a good Republican, I will arrest him and he will see his trial.
Okay.
Did Jen get his 1630 report?
1630? No, not yet.
Yeah, you might get it. Let's see.
Oh well, nice try.
It wasn't even close.
Sam, you failed to account for, like, even if it was a pistol, you did go through that thing with how you got there.
Through the river, yeah.
Like, my cavalry did leave me, so I couldn't get across another time since I lost my horse.
No.
So I came up with that plan.
Oh yeah, there was a funny story with his horse floating down. Sadly, Crusader didn't do anything about it, but
Yeah, I'm eager to see the Empire stream. That's pretty funny.
all right. Well,
And the legend of the invincible Heinemann just grows. Okay, and there's my report. So then, Sam, the question is, did you tell the truth about 2 divisions attacking Crusader?
Maybe not.
Maybe not, yeah. Maybe I should ask a guardman to beat you up and find out.
But maybe I told the truth and you don't know it.
Yeah. It's like game theory now. You can't know anything.
Yeah. But where were you going?
So initially, I mean, it doesn't make any.
All right, so it looks like against the odds, the government forces kind of pulled victory out of the jaws of defeat by luck, and partly because Jan left his strong point, left his defenses. Jan, for whatever reason, thought he had an opportunity. Audaciously, typically, he tried to capitalize on it, but his luck failed at the last minute and turned against him. And now it's a matter of what happens to his character, which is what I'm concerned about because I'm running the 1806 campaign. And his character either escapes with his life, which allows Jan to continue the story, or his character is captured, in which case he'd be at the mercy of Achilles. And subsequently Colonel Martel, who is the current leader of the Vermillion state, basically a military dictator. And we see. So I don't know what happens to the story of Heinemann, but it sounds like it's not necessarily going to be in his control any longer. At least not for a minute. So we'll see. Looks like they're cleaning up the map. Alright, let's hear the debrief here.
Peace.
Do you want me to give Jan an inkling that both flanks have now been collapsing on him, so that he could potentially tell me that he wants to escape now, or how do you want me to do that?
Was he sent any word from the right flank? Did Crusader send anything?
Crusader hasn't sent anything. Oh, he has sent, dispatch to Jan at Brown. I expect to be completely running in less than 15 minutes. That's that.
Marshall is.
Yeah, I'm muted. I'm just standing by to hear what reports they give you.
Oh, okay. I'm wondering as well. Message from Crusader. I expect to be completely overrun in probably less than 15 minutes. Okay.
Oh, Jan.
Hello.
Okay. No dispatch comes in from Crusader. He's expected to be completely overrun. And looking back, you can see elements of your force are also currently breaking as well. You can see the baggage train starting to limber up and starting to move back along the road towards you. Okay. So something potentially not so good has happened there. Unless the ice cream van has turned up at Coon and everyone's trying to get himself a Flake 69 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, what would you like to do at this present moment in time?
I will move to the east nonetheless to check the situation. Order the 5th Guard Brigade into the woods there, deploy skirmishers, and if the enemy is actually breaking through, trying to engage and delay them.
Okay. So you're going to go into that woods just east of Wager? Yeah? Okay. Are you going in with them, or are you going to carry on down the road?
I'm trying to meet a Crusader.
Okay, alright, so the road is the best option for you. Okay, yeah.
Also, can you let me free?
No, that's not an option anymore.
You might as well stick around, it's more interesting.
Does the cavalry get a chance to, like, threaten the artillery and the guard?
He did also infantry all charge in, cavalry all charge in.
The cavalry is not
I
going
think
to
they might.
So he just ordered all in.
They might try. They might capture the artillery, so.
They might also get themselves killed trying to charge artillery. Right, but
The
sure.
infantry charge all, skirmishers and infantry. So.
Okay, well, if skirmishers don't charge, that's not what they do. But they
the hussars were ordered. The hussars were ordered to charge the skirmishers to protect the artillery.
Okay.
Now that they've had 2 turns not being pursued, I figured they would actually be active.
Okay, well, I'll detach them. Where's this unit? Where's the guard? There it is, horse guard.
Yep.
Okay, well, the skirmishers go away anyway, so they are here, but they can rush up, and these guys will get into square. So these guys were charging, they form a square because this.
And then they get shot in the face. Yes. Oh God.
So the cavalry doesn't.
Mister.
So.
Cavalry on the left.
Cavalry on the left here are spent. Unless they sit and recover, they are not able to engage in combat.
So they're out of the game. They're retreating out of the battlefield, pretty much.
Okay.
Like
I mean, yeah, they could go into the rear and recover, but they're spent. They're exhausted. They can be physically moved around, but unless they have time to recover somewhere away from the fighting, they won't just get better.
What was being ordered for these guard?
Go and take the choke pointers out.
Take the what?
Okay. Take the choke point. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're going to run into these. I guess these guys won't make it quite over there.
Let's get some dice. Let's get 2 more. There are enemies in that mess. So not enemies. There are people in that mess. Let's
Achilles.
Sir!
It looks like you punched through.
We did indeed.
Heck, it wasn't even a fight once you got there. They were holding it with such weak forces.
Yeah, I kind of expected that.
That you didn't even need your artillery.
Nope. In fact, I've dispatched the artillery to go to the western end of the plateau to go assist Jen.
Well, good. All right. Let's see what happens now. I actually know what happens next, but
yes,
I have to.
That's the advantage of being God.
But I can't give it away. It's a surprise.
That's okay. We are going to try to exploit the situation as best we can. My cavalry is passing through. They're going to be taking that road and heading towards Brown from the backside. The Marines and the guard is going to be following up behind them, and the Marines are behind the guard.
All right.
I've got 3 Lancer units and 3 Cuirassier in front, and then I've got the guard and the Marines.
Did they tell you what happened to Sam?
No one has told me what happened to Sam, but since he's in the red channel with Jan at the moment, it looks to me like he got captured.
Yeah, so what happens when you find him? I'll let everybody...
I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna have him put up against a wall and shot.
All right.
For, if nothing else, for total disobedience of orders. I'm just glad my cavalry's still alive. I mean, at least he didn't get them all slaughtered or something. Good Lord. Yes.
Well, there was an attempt, so anyway. Let's see what happens. Okay, all right. We're waiting. They're resolving some more stuff, and reports or resolution will be coming shortly.
Okay.
They take hit. These are the grenadiers. No, they don't disrupt. They maintain discipline, but they just bodies fall.
All right, and then we've got a 2, 3, and 3 versus a 2.
So, strength.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they continue to maintain their retreat. Good work, lads.
Okay. All right, so they don't manage to shatter the. I didn't know that was all that was really about was.
Yep. They don't take any. Some bodies fall on both sides, but not enough to break discipline.
Okay.
So what's going on over here on the right?
Yeah, so the guards are ordered to form in marching formation. I guess they will try to do that.
Okay.
And the lancers are ordered to pursue the fleeing enemy.
Okay.
And the cuirassiers, yes, they are ordered to just follow the road and follow the road east.
Okay. I'll roll to rally the 2 broken units. Hang on. So I'll clone that. 1 does, 1 doesn't. So these guys are. I'll get someone else to reform these back into marching column.
Yeah.
From back, and I'll move these guys. Samuel, I tried to escape. You fail.
I continue to try to escape.
Oh God, I didn't mean quite that bluntly, but yes. Yeah, I think at this point we'll call it. These guys are all captured.
So I give you Jan's final order, such as it is.
Just tell him to be with him a second. I don't want him to just rage quit. I know he's done a lot of things, but just tell him to wait for a second. What is Jan's final order?
He wants to try and move his guard into the forest to have a last defense in the forest. Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess Crusader will see him moving in there and follow him in.
Yeah, I'll move in there too.
I think Jan wanted to go down the road because he was intending to meet with Crusader.
Yeah.
What were Jan's orders? Jan
he was going to go and meet. He was going to go and meet Crusader. But obviously that's not going to happen now, and they might as well meet in the forest with one final kiss before the end.
Well, I mean, the guards have a chance of taking the artillery. They probably have a way to escape to the west, but then Jan loses.
Yeah, basically, they can win this field, but Jan is here. The guard are overrunning the area. The cavalry's overrun this area already. They can't outrun them.
Do you want me to go back and tell Jan that all is lost?
No,
does he want to make a break for it? Or
I'm happy to bring him here and ask Jan what his final orders are to his guard. We'll bring them all in here.
Okay.
All right. I think it's calling.
Yeah.
Oh. What's up? Looks like.
All right, it's time. The battle has been decided.
Oh, okay.
Good day.
Let's find out what's going on.
Chaos.
Describe
Dogs
this.
and cats living together, it's madness.
This is definitely the most organized battle I've ever conducted.
Yeah, really.
Oh
It was
god.
such a fun battle. Damn, I loved it.
I was
hey.
just
Okay, who has the best signal? Who can stream? Is Damon here? Can I get you to stream, Damon?
Yeah. Let me.
Just noting, you had the least ping of everyone on the list.
Oh, Marshall's streaming.
True.
Oh yeah.
Oh, now both of them are.
Excellent.
Can we join the table, or is that too?
Oh, you can join the table. The table is, I don't even know what it's called. It's called Umpire of the Reds. Server password is 1805.
I think I like Marshall's stream. It looks higher quality.
Probably is. Marsh has all the special streaming things.
Oh, everybody's in red, so I don't know who's who.
That was a recurring thing. There were a few points where there was a conversation between commanders about, hang on, I know there's a red cavalry there. They seem to have won the fight against the other red cavalry, and they're standing there. I don't know who won. I assume they're our friends, but I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know who these guys are over here.
Where's over here? Sorry, who's talking?
Oh, he just ended the stream, so now I can't see it at all. Let me go to.
Sorry, having an issue.
What was the table name again?
Umpire of the Reds.
Yeah, who are these guys with the blue bases over here?
Over here, these are people who have surrendered.
Oh, okay.
They've been overrun. They've been overrun by
the
government,
Lancers. Yeah.
which cut off their retreat across that ford.
Okay, somebody tell me what the hell happened to Sam.
Man,
Amazing
Sam is worthy of an epic ballad. Who was umpiring him? Golden Light, can you please tell the story of Sam before we get on with the battle in general?
Okay, so Sam. Okay, so the first thing he did was he was at this position. Okay, he saw the enemy fortified over here. He said, "Okay, I want to move all the way across the ford and go all the way back and try and ambush them there." So he did that. He found that it was uncrossable. Okay, so he went back here, and then he went back here, and then he decided to go.
He went over the wager homestead. Yes. Yeah.
And then he's like, "Okay, so I want to cross over here." So the men told him, "No, we can't do that." And then he says, "No, you guys are pussies." So he decides to cross over himself.
Mm-hmm.
And to do so, and then his horse gets swept across.
He succeeded with
Jesus
complications.
Christ.
His horse drowned, and he managed to get to the other side. Saying,
Oh my god!
Of course.
So
Classic.
Xander should have been clued in by that horse that something was going on in Wager. And then he spent the next few turns shouting at his men to cross and don't be pussies.
Like 2 hours.
Oh, I could have used you, man.
And then when his men went away, he went up the heights, intercepted the young guard heading west, and wanted to turn himself in so he would be arrested and brought to Yarn so he could try and assassinate him with a concealed weapon.
Jesus Christ. All right. I mean, that's badass.
We rolled for it. He failed, and he's now he's holding out in the woods with Crusader, Heinemann, Sam the captive, and the young guard.
Failed, we mean that was a failed miserably failed.
Yes, yes.
Like he never even got the knife out.
He failed
Nicely
the
done.
cover and he failed the assassinations.
You're that's a hero.
Like he
I don't
dropped
give that
the
man a
knife
medal.
when he pulled it out of his cloak.
Oh,
Maybe
God.
he may
I
have
think
slipped
it would be
himself.
more epic to say he pulled out a flintlock pistol and forgot that water.
Yeah, he was wet.
Yeah. Just like the
By the
scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where it just everyone has like empty muskets.
If only Jan had almost Andrew Jacksoned him, took out his cane and nearly beat him half to death.
So who was commanding the People's Army here? Why did you order them to charge from your defensive position?
But let me give a brief overview of the battle, and then we'll
Yes,
get
please do.
nitty-gritty, because we have a lot of players with lots of opinions.
Mhm.
So with the initial movement, Jan had the choice, but he was started off deployed over here near Norman's Ford, and he had a pontoon bridge across. It just wasn't sturdy enough to cross en masse. So he had to beat off the government forces to buy time to either cross here or to just disengage and march south on this side of the river. He found the best ground for him to defend, he decided, was up here, which Damon noted was actually a bit, with the scale we're talking, was a bit like a fishhook, a bit like a Gettysburg position. And so he set up fortifications
in front of Cemetery
around
Ridge.
Ridge, and he had fortifications down here with his dismounted cavalry, which
Mhm.
didn't want them to be dismounted, just he only had horses enough to mount one division or the other, and he made, I think, the right choice in mounting 1st Division, who kicked ass this battle.
Holy shit! Yeah.
The 1st Division was actually formed over here between Brixeyville and Matthews at the start of play. And sorry, not 1st Division. 1st Division was on this side, sorry. They're on this side of the trees. And Achilles had a division of cavalry out here between Brixeyville and Matthews, his 1st Division. So the 1st Division of Red Cavalry, as opposed to the 1st Division of Red
Can we
Cavalry.
zoom out a little, Marshall? I'm sorry.
Zoom. Oh, that's not what you meant.
So
let me
original
actually
was
let me get a
like
color
this,
so I can draw.
this.
Yes, please draw some. Draw on it. It's really hard to tell where anybody is.
Okay, no problem. Let me do it just while I'm narrating.
That was just the start information.
Okay, well, I'm going to overrule you anyway. Yeah, so they were here initially. There were some chasseurs, the chasseurs guard division hiding in the trees here. There was cavalry.
There you go.
Cavalry formed here. There was the main battle line here, which was moderates, which were not great troop quality, but they had troops. They were willing to fight. They'd been picked up by a very good speech by Jan on his march towards the capital, and the guard artillery. And then the moderate light troops were here. And then the grenadiers were back here in reserve, and the young guard were, I think they started over here in reserve. And then
At the
dismounted
Wager
cavalry
farm.
were here.
At the Wager
Oh,
farm.
at the Wager farm. Yes, you're right. Sorry. There were Achilles had cavalry here. He had a 2nd cavalry, which was dragoons, formed over here. He had elements of his 5th division coming out of the trees here. He had elements of the 1st division coming into line here. He had his Marines, and then his Imperial Guard, and then his actually I might be going the wrong way here. Marines, and then the Imperial Guard, and then artillery on one of these roads. I think down past Bots actually. But yeah, they're coming up this road, and they were still a fair way from the battlefield at the start of play. But they were spent the first half of the battle marching up along this line and then heading through the trees. And there was Sam's 3rd Cavalry, which was up here, had his lights, and he had cuirassiers back here, because that's where they've been ordered to go. They also had hussars over here inspecting there were reports that there had been liberals sighted near the ford, and so they wanted to inspect it to see were there any troops left here. And before the start of play, they went there, found that they'd gone and cut loose the pontoon. So they were on their way back to rejoin the command. We started at 13:30. One of the Kriegspiel problems that the government forces had was that their corps commander suffered from a great deal of sickness on the night before battle, or in other words, was caught up with work and was basically unable to participate. So their leading division commander basically commanded the main corps in action for most of the battle, which meant he was commanding forces that were here, and here, and here, and here at the same time. But he managed to do that well, and it was a bit disjointed in getting this cavalry up here in motion. Early on in the action, so as the main force was advancing north, and Sam was doing his riding along the river, the liberal, I keep wanting to say red, the liberal cavalry moved through these trees and found 2 brigades formed up against them, promptly retreated through the trees. This cavalry had just received orders to push east, so they did. They pressed east, pushed through, and lined up against them. And they had a brief skirmish. The liberal cavalry fell back and hid in these woods here, and also dragoons around here. And at this point, the leaders up on this ridge seemed to think that the troops here were actually may have been friendly. They weren't sure. But Carter and the chasseurs have been left behind in the woods here. But Carter and the grenadiers formed on the ridge here. And there was an unfortunate incident where Robin was trying to find Jan as his cavalry was engaged. And so he came here to speak to Jan. Jan wasn't here. Then he went to the wager farm where he'd heard Jan had been, and Jan wasn't there anymore. And then he rode back over here as Jan returned to the wager farm. And eventually they found each other. But there was a bit of confusion. Ultimately, the attack coming in here was a bit disjointed. They drove back the 6th Brigade very well. They crossed the muddy run in 2 places. And then the cavalry driving up the west managed to get defeated in successive detail, with 1 or 2 of the Liberal brigades managing to beat, in order, 5 brigades of government cavalry. Just
Yeah,
one
they
after
fought,
another, hammering through.
it 3 times their size. Like,
3
holy shit.
battles in a row back.
And
Just
they just got exhausted by that point. They fought wave after wave of cavalry. They beat them all, but they were spent. And they were scary, and they'd broken a lot of enemy cavalry, but they didn't have anything left, so they couldn't charge enemy guns. And the last gasp of the government cavalry here was to push up and threaten the chasseurs after they'd been rescued into square, and they did. And the chasseurs managed to drive off the hussars. Chasseurs took blasts of cannons at point-blank range. They lost some men, but their guard, their discipline was unshaken, and so they were about to get back into line and attack or pull back, as the case may be. The Grenadiers had also taken heavy losses from their duel here, trying to press into... Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. The Grenadiers were very good. I'll leave it at that. So Jen's main attack here was pushing up multiple brigades, forcing their way across this crossing, and fighting up this very difficult, fortified, obstacle-strewn slope against the breastworks here, taking pounding damage from artillery. The 2 batteries up here of guard artillery had broken the battery firing from here, had disordered 3 batteries firing from here. They lost a section, so half of one of the batteries. They then broke 3 blocks, so broke a brigade advancing from here. They broke half a brigade advancing up here. Broke 3 more units advancing up the slope. But there were more and more and more troops coming up, and at the high water mark, the attack got up to exchanging volleys with the defenders behind the breastworks, and the defenders, the moderates, with the artillery, threw them back in chaos. At this point, the moderate commander, with Jan, got a little bit ambitious. Rightly so, but they thought, you know what, if we can push them back into that crossing, we can wipe out an entire corps worth of infantry here. And they were right. But unfortunately, it meant his troops then moved out from the breastworks. At the same time, his general was still trying to force troops up the slope at them. And without the protection of the breastworks, the moderates were quickly overrun.
Yeah, they should have stayed there. Because
they were
the artillery couldn't fight because of them.
They were masked. Yeah, they masked their own artillery, unfortunately. There was a bit where the dragoons got around the flank and had to be fought off by a battery and infantry on this flank here, which they did, and perhaps that battery would have helped as well. But at the end, these grenadiers were pushing in and firing volleys across the river to try and support this effort. But at this point, there were just, even with the sheer number of broken troops here, there were still enough units that they could eventually be run down, even as these guys are breaking over the top. In the east, the Young Guard pulled into Erlon. They were at Wager. They marched east to support the troops here, as that seemed to be under threat. Then the cavalry moved away, and they moved back, just as the Imperial Guard formed up into assault columns, and the Marines formed up into assault columns. They both ordered to push forward, and the first one to get there would be the first wave. And then the Marine commander said, "Make sure you're not the first one to get there. Make sure you follow the guard in." And yeah, there was a blast of fire from the dismounted cavalry and from the horse artillery, and they dealt some losses to the guard, but the guard's discipline was not bothered. They just pushed across, and in the fighting, some got disordered, but the body of them just ran straight through the position. And then there was cavalry position to exploit, which was the Cuirassiers up here. This is the previously from Sam's 3rd Brigade, 3rd Division, which had gone to Achilles for new commands. because their commander had been lost to the river. And the lances which exploited through here. All right, that's me. Now, firstly, I want to call out particular thanks to all the umpires who helped me with this. I could not have done this without you, and it was wonderful to have you all here. Special thanks to Suta, who had not umpired before, was still willing to step up and take 2 of the larger commands. So, Suta, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, when I joined in, let's see, do I draw? Or...
Yep, I'll raise all the markers. You can draw whatever you like.
Yeah, all right. So, the 2 columns were over, see here, by just past bots. And they were just following the road over here. Somewhere along here, we realized that the commanders were not entirely on, didn't know exactly where they were. So I think that Achilles had been wondering where Blazer was, and he was in front of him the whole time. They also realized that the artillery was in the wrong side of the column, but they kept on, and somewhere around here, Blazes broke up and started making his formation. And while Achilles kept moving forward. At this point, Achilles tried to reach up Sam, and he didn't find him. He just found the troops standing around there. And that's the point where they finally got to make the push, and well, it worked. And yeah, there was a lot of marching for them this session.
Yes, yeah. I tried to make sure that we would get most of the early marching done before the battle in the operational phase, but First Corps got there first and promptly attacked, which I think was the right decision. But yes, it meant they had a lot of marching to get to the line of battle.
Yeah.
All right, Theo. Any comments? If you're still here in the chat, you've dropped off the chat. No worries. Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Justin. Yeah, first of all, fantastic scenario. Fantastic map for the actual situation, and yeah, great work getting it all together. I think it was kind of perfect, really, because it did seem like Jan was on a bit of a lost cause, and to the situation as it is now looks that way. But Jan can be happy that his forces way above their level and really done a great job. So I think it was good for both commanders. I know Achilles was probably walking a bit too much, but it looks like he's got the victory. I don't know if Justin hasn't quite called it yet, but essentially, I think everyone came out very well in this. Even Sam's situation was a different kind of victory in a way, a victory for comedy potentially, but fantastic from everyone, I think.
Yeah, I'll call it. I'll say the bulk of the Liberal army is doomed here. The corps that was marching south across the river, when they hear about the defeat, they'll simply accept the pardon. They will retain the Liberal sympathies and look for a chance to carry on their lost cause and bring democracy back to the Republic. But while the Guard here, the Grenadiers and the Chasseurs, are not broken, there's only so much they can do. They will try and leave the field, and the government forces don't really have the cavalry to chase them.
Yeah, I would say they would rear guard these guys getting out of there.
Yeah, the cavalry and the Guard will leave and return. They may be a story element in the future, but it's no longer a credible government. So Jan, who is very much the face of this movement, and Crusader and their treacherous prisoner will hold out in the woods for some time and also do their bit to make sure nothing can pursue the army as it leaves, the reins of the army as it leaves. But there's a lot of shattered troops that just aren't going to leave the field.
I would say
Goldeneye?
these hussars right there, they deserve a medal. Like, they fought 3 times their weight.
Yeah, and took no. I think they took 1 hit. They took 1 damage throughout the entire battle. They kicked ass, and they did very well. There just weren't enough of them to break everything.
Yeah.
Let's go to the side commanders. Jan.
Yeah. I'm a bit shocked by the picture I see here, considering what I knew when the game was called. So you said before we were initially over there at Norman's Ford, and given the fact that I already had to, or dice were rolled for me, when I crossed the pontoon bridge and it was close to breaking already, and it appeared that we would not be able to bring the divisions or even the guard division across in one piece. We decided to look out for some defensive ground, which we found here. I think for most of the battle, it played out really well for us. The skirmisher delay actions, they worked out, and this defensive position also. I was a bit baffled when I learned that the cavalry had retired to the north, because I didn't really understand why they didn't just wait until the enemy cavalry came out of this defile here and just charge in into disordered cavalry there. But anyway, it appears that they they showed great conduct in battle, so that's good to know. Given the situation here in this position, I'm a bit confused, because when we decided to call the charge in, we had breaking units in front of us, and I mean, they were pouring down the hill into the fresh units which were coming up, and then if you then got like 2 brigades of screaming men with bayonets rushing down the hill, I don't think you will just turn around and shoot at them. That will just become one big
No,
chaotic.
absolutely not. The breaking units kept moving. It was just, unfortunately, there were like 5 or 6 brigades on the slope, and only 2 of them were broken.
Yeah, I see that, but yeah.
Yeah.
From my judgment, I would have thought that the breaking units had more of a morale effect on the other guys around them. Anyways, considering the situation in the east, I think we realized too late that the enemy was forming here. We didn't know about that at all. We knew that the cavalry was there, and probably the cavalry did screen the deployment. I don't know about that. We knew that an infantry division was moving through the woods to the northeast along the small pass there to the Munford Road, but couldn't spot that later on either. So we were a bit surprised about this situation here, and that's also because why the Young Guard was ordered back and forth. When they were pulled back to the west, they were supposed to sort of reinforce this attack down the slope, and the overall situation which I assumed the cavalry would be able to exploit to fall upon the flank of this division attacking us up the slope there. And yeah, so the hope was to maybe capture this whole division there and just block the east.
Yep,
But
and if
turns
you
out
managed to do that,
both
you would have won the battle
situations were
decisively.
lost. Yeah. So, but
Yeah,
well played to all my commanders. Thanks.
Thank you. Achilles for the government.
Well, this was quite interesting. Thank you, by the way, to everybody that played and to all the umpires. I want to give a special thank you to Jen, because he ended up fighting the bulk of this battle, and he did a really good job. The plan itself, actually, the first corps, which Jen was running, because Kuntz couldn't show up, was intended to be a demonstration force. I didn't anticipate them assaulting that hill until the assault on the right had started. but it took a very long time for my guys to get over to the right. Time and distance is probably one of the hardest things to get used to in this. And of course my artillery was in the wrong place, so it never got it into action over there. Where Jan's forces were essentially exactly where I anticipated that he would be. Looking at the map, this just really good defensive terrain. I mean, excellent defensive terrain. And so the plan essentially was to demonstrate around Brown and that hill there and hit it with artillery and bring up the Guard and the Marine divisions along with the cavalry with the Lancers and the Cuirassiers on the right. Park the artillery over here on this far eastern end of this plateau to pound that position at the ford across from them, and then assault that position. And once we had cleared that position, we could let the cavalry come up that road to exploit, which is essentially what happened. The Lancers ran down these guys up here. The Cuirassiers were going to push forward towards the road and be heading towards the backside of Brown. And the Guard was following, the Guard infantry was following, the Marine infantry was following that. So the idea was the heavy right punch there, which would roll up his line from what would be our right to the left. And once that assault had gone in on the right, that was when I anticipated First Corps attacking on their side to pin his forces on that end. But Jen went in earlier, and in quite reasonably. I think he did an excellent job there. He basically took the brunt of the battle, but he also got the enemy forces to concentrate on him, which made my job on the right-hand side quite easy. And that was where the breakthrough point was going to be, was on that right side. So looks pretty successful to me. And with the Cuirassier and the Lancers, they're pretty fresh, so they should be able to ride down a good portion of his forces along the way. So we'll see. It looked pretty good to me, and went pretty much according to the original plan, which is really surprising, except for a couple of hitches here and there. So I like that.
Fantastic. Robin, the hero of the cavalry.
Yeah, to explain myself why my cavalry made the dubious choice of retreating north, my initial reports made it sound like the enemy cavalry was backed by infantry, and I didn't want my cavalry to fight along the wood line with the possibility of flanking infantry. And that's why I retreated north and prepared my ambush. And yeah, from my perspective, the game went really well for us. But sad to see that it didn't went as well for the others. Yeah, next time I need more troops and more stamina, and then we'll win.
Don't we all want more troops and more stamina?
I'll take the latter at least.
I'll go with Carter of the Guard.
Yeah, so pretty much everything's been explained. I was just happy to take part in the one bright spot of the day for our army, it seems. I was in charge of the skirmishers initially, so I was part of that kind of delaying action at the fords there along Muddy Run. And then I left the chasseurs behind the enemy line on purpose with instructions to exploit any situations they found. And I kept subtly reminding the umpires of this every round. just to make sure that they knew the last instructions of this unit. And everything developed as has already been explained. I put the grenadiers up on top of that hill to try and deny it to the enemy cavalry. It looked like they were going to try and make it to the top, which in fact, it seems that they advanced, started going up the hill, saw my men in squares up there, blasting their trumpets and rolling their drums, and they decided, maybe not. And so then I saw the enemy hussars moving north, and at the moment that I was going to send a letter to Robin to launch his attack to try and drive the cavalry off, he actually did it without me needing to tell him anything. So then his cavalry started swinging around the big hill in a kind of counterclockwise motion. I decided to move my grenadiers down off the hill to support. And at the moment that the enemy dragoons came up to try and throw back our cavalry, my chasseurs emerged from the woods behind them. And I'll put in general, I put a reaction in chat. I didn't really, I couldn't take credit for it because, it was obviously the colonel in charge of the chasseurs. But, I was just looking down on the scene of our cavalry crushing them and my chasseurs partaking in it, and then my grenadiers moving down off the hill, and I was like, Rommel, you son of a... And then we're streaming, so I can't... I read your book! So it was a good time. And then tried to exploit it, but the cavalry was winded, so I moved up the guards, chasseurs, and grenadiers to try and keep the momentum going. And at one point, I was like, all right, we can charge, try and get to that crossing, see if we can cut it off. And it looked like the fight was still winning at the hilltop. And I presume that's when our forces charged and then got beaten back. And so by the time I was nearing the crossing or the exit point, I had just realized that it was no longer going well for us. And so...
You arrived one update too late to tip that balance.
Yeah. So at that point, it probably would have been me organizing a withdrawal. So
yeah, that would be the aftermath of the battle. Carter, Carter, or whatever your name is in this continuity,
Cartier.
organizing retreat of the guard, of the grenadiers, chasseurs, and cavalry with Robin, as Jan, this whole right hook gets held up in the battle of the woods here, finally capturing Jan and Crusader and the young guard.
Presumably finding Sam's corpse.
Depending on exactly how annoyed Jan is at his treachery, yes.
Well, if Jan doesn't kill Sam, I am going to.
I might kill him too.
Crusader, the noble commander of the dismounted cavalry on the right or left, whichever side it is.
Yep, so I was positioned on our very far left flank, which we didn't expect to be engaged. We even had the contingency of if I didn't get engaged in 1 hour, I'd leave. Sadly, that didn't happen. So when I saw the core command token, I was like, okay, this is going to get bad very quickly, and it did. I was in a bit of a pickle because I couldn't retreat because they had... I knew they had 6 squadrons of cavalry ready to ride down my retreating troops. And if I stayed, I will get overrun by the guards, so I decided to stay and at least delay them. And I think there was only one possible way that I thought of just recently that I could have stopped this. And I'm going to ask if it would have been possible to burn the bridge.
No, not in this case. No, you couldn't have burnt that one. That was a ford.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
It's okay. People in my previous Brandy Station game, there were people trying to burn the ford then too. I had to explain what a ford was.
Throw a torch into the fort.
I have a little visitor who's just come to say hello. You want to say hello? She says hello. Okay. So we've done. Okay. Blazer Trail, can we get your update? I know it's been a bit of a marching simulator, but can we get your 2 cents? Are you still here? Have we lost you? We've lost you. Okay, Sam, can we get your view of the battle?
Well, I had orders to screen the advance of the infantry because we wanted to attack in the east. But at the beginning of the battle, I was searching crossing along the Hazel River. But unfortunately, I couldn't cross it. But if I could have crossed it, I think I would have come from behind. But yeah, that didn't happen. So I did return, and I did my duty to screen. But then eventually, I decided to try to cross the muddy run near Vega. But yeah, as you know, I was the only one that got across, and the thing was, exactly at the moment where my men were convinced to cross the river, I got a message from Achilles that I am to return, and then they decided to leave me. I think if that message never arrived, I would have successfully crossed the river with my men, but yeah, that didn't happen. Yeah, so I decided to go and switch sides to try to assassinate Jan to be somewhat useful. But yeah, my attempt failed miserably. But I think
Let me tell you,
if I would
Sam.
have
Let me tell you, Sam.
succeed-
Jan is almost impossible to assassinate, as I discovered.
But I think if I would have succeeded, the battle would probably have been finished, because like the morale of the men would be low after hearing that. But yeah, he survived.
Agreed. I mean, I'm not saying Jan is impossible to kill, but given Achilles is bringing the entire Imperial Guard division and the entire Marine division, that's probably about enough men.
But another question, like, has Jan the decision to run away, or is he like
He's
captured
standing. He's standing with his young guard here in the woods. So they go into
Custer.
the woods.
He's
and
become a Custer.
Yeah. I mean, it's good men in good ground. Very good men in very good ground. But eventually he'll get reduced because he's facing, I think, 3-1 or 4-1 odds.
Well, Achilles, do you give him the option to surrender? Do you tell him, hey, you're surrounded? Do you surrender, or what? I mean, I'm really curious how this plays out. And it's crucial for Jan's character.
The message would be that if he surrenders, there's no guarantees for his safety because he's already been sentenced to death. But if he surrenders, I'll spare his men. If not, if he just says merde, we're gonna kill them all.
You're only killing a man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, then, Jan, what's your reaction to that, and what are your last words going to be? Or do we have to read the book to hear the last words?
Yeah, probably. Something about like "Vive la République," probably.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I don't know. My character has gone so far.
Oh, hang on. No, Sam's hang on. Poor Sam, you have to mute. All right.
I'm muted.
All right, go ahead, Jan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think my character went so far. There's no turning back. So he will probably just stand and fight to the death at this point.
All right.
But we still got 6 divisions in the field, so 2 marching on the capital, force marching right now. So
I hate to tell you, Jan, but I have another corps in the capital.
Yeah, those magic numbers popping up everywhere.
No, actually, I dispatched them to the capital long before I started chasing you from Remigny.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
So now I'd love to hear from Gen TJ9, the man who agreed to lead a division and then ended up fighting half the battle by himself.
I gotta say, my testimony is a little long because at the start of the game, I was like, oh, I was informed you might be running the core, which I'm fine with, and then I was informed that I was running the core as like a work thing popped up. So like there was somebody who was touring a space that I had to take a call from and inform them of like company information. So I was coordinating that initial crossing was like one of the most hectic experiences cuz I was like literally juggling 3 things at the same time and I was just like oh god. But that initial crossing too, there was like I'll point out 2 instances where how my whole attack was entirely just like a fucky wucky. Oh, I'm sorry, you're streaming. I apologize. I'm from New Jersey, so I curse. But yeah, so there was a whole brigade that was defending the crossing, and I had it completely outflanked. But one commander, the commander of the 9th Brigade, who I'm going to bring up on court-martial charges after this, I ordered him to hold and continue to pin the enemy, and the commander took it as I'm going to let the enemy escape. And that was a whole brigade that I think I could have prevented going on to Brown Hill, but if not for that commander.
I mean,
So
that was
one
at the same point where your 10th was trying to flank and the entire front rank was broken by artillery from the hill.
That was the same point. So the flanking move never happened, but if the infantry had been able to hold that brigade in place, I think I still could have destroyed them. And then there was a whole bunch of traffic jams and stuff because I was ordering things and it wasn't going exactly as I had intended. And then the second huge mistake that I made was that little creek at the bottom of Brown Hill. I thought that I could cross that at any point. So when I ordered my initial assault, I thought that I had like 2 whole divisions pretty much there. I thought those 2 divisions were going to be able to spread out and attack the line on its breadth. And what ended up happening was like a brigade at a time crossed that bridge. So that whole like hill was like a brilliant defensive position because I had to send in my men piecemeal. And I made this attack because of that brigade that got broken from the enemy artillery fire. I was like, when that happened, I was like, oh, I'm gonna get completely shellacked if I just stand here and take this fire. I need to advance. And at this point, I didn't know what the status was of our other hook. My assumption at the time was that they were already like in engagement. And I had been informed by the army commander to destroy the enemy. The objective is to destroy the enemy army. So
Absolutely.
instead of taking artillery fire and shooting at him from long distance with artillery, I decided to try and destroy the enemy. And God, the forces that was hidden in the forest, that was brilliant. I was taken completely by surprise by that. I had those hussars move through that forest, so I felt like we were safe. But those just like, and that whole flank just became a mess because I kept sending cavalry up there to like try and get around the enemy, and I kept hearing about how they kept dying. And I was like, I don't know what's going on, but keep sending stuff up there and make sure that they don't attack us in the flank because we're committed now. We need to beat them on this hill or else we're done. Like, and when they came out of those trenches, I just was like, it's a simple amount of math. I knew we outnumbered them significantly. I could see that our men were breaking, but I was personally up in the mix, just yelling at my men to keep going up. And I knew that.
I will note you survived 3 separate casualty rolls there, Jen.
I'm sure I did. I was like, I felt like the math was on my side. It was like I can't be facing the whole enemy army. They have to have forces at the other side. But I ended up fighting pretty much like the entire thing, which I didn't know. I only thought, because I never got a good look on what was on top of that hill. I thought it was like maybe 2 brigades. But it was a crazy fight.
Jen, you became Marshal Davout at Jena Arstadt there.
Yeah, it was crazy. I just, there was a couple of moments, and the moment that I knew that I had a chance was when one of the umpires, it was either Golden or I'm sorry, I don't remember who else was umpiring for me, but they told me that they saw one of the enemy regiments broke, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not just getting massacred. I'm trading with them, and I have the money to trade with them, so I'm gonna keep trading as long as I can, because otherwise we're gonna lose the battle. The best part of this battle for me was when I kept telling the umpires that I wanted to go up the hill, and they kept talking to me like I was an insane person. So, like, I could increasingly hear it. I was just like, I can't pull back. That artillery is going to tear me to shreds. So,
yeah.
It was that was my experience. It was incredibly stressful.
Well, you did an amazing job. And now I'd love to hear from the other side of that. Lou, you were at the other end of that, on the top of that hill, watching wave after wave after wave of red troops coming at you. How was your battle?
Well, it was very intense in the latter stages. And the charge might seem ridiculous now when you look at the map. But if you had the information I had on the hill, me and Jan both agreed that a charge was probably a good idea. So what happened early on was that Carter was at the crossing, before the crossing directly in front of Brown. And I basically sat idle on the hill waiting for Carter to give me back my lights. The plan was for him to withdraw with the lights and then take over the guard division. The lights came back, 2 of them were broken, 1 came back in good order. Then an enemy infantry brigade moved on Brown up the road. That brigade was broken and turned around. Then a second one came, and I believe that one was broken and turned around as well. Then the large enemy offensive began, and I noticed that there was like an endless sea of people trying to get up this road, and I realized that they couldn't cross the river. I thought as well that they could have crossed the river, as Jen did earlier. But when I realized, based on all of them coming up the road, that they couldn't, I thought that watching the first ranks of his men break as they came closer and closer to the crest of the hill, top of the hill, I figured that if I could push those shattered men down towards the creek or river before the reinforcements managed to get off the road, they would just clash into each other and there would be too little space for them to actually fight. I also did this charge based on information that I knew there was a division heading for Wager. I had seen 2 divisions, one south of me and one heading towards Wager. And when I heard that Wager wasn't crossable, that the enemy couldn't cross there, I figured that there was at least one entire division I didn't know where it was on the map. And I figured if they attacked Crusader, then Crusader wouldn't be able to hold with a regiment or 2 of dismounted cavalry. And then me and Jan figured that the only way we could win if Crusaders' ford was lost and the enemy crossed there was if we managed to push the enemy back on our side, on Brown Hill. So also, when I ordered the charge, I thought our cavalry was nearby Kuhn, or near Kuhn. I knew the guard was coming down from the hill, and I knew the guard and cavalry had been working together, so I thought the cavalry was combat effective and nearby, and that if I did a charge, they could maybe hopefully come down behind the infantry and force the commander to either, well, retreat or surrender when he was surrounded.
Yeah, that was our plan.
It made a lot of sense. I agree. I mean, at the same time, on the one hand, yes, it was what eventually meant the hill defense cracked. On the other hand, from your standpoint, yes, if you managed to break them and you were very close to breaking them, they couldn't have all formed back across the river. You would have bagged literal divisions and basically just completely broken the last of the left flank, which would have freed up the forces to face east when they cracked the Crusaders line.
I know exactly about the moment that you're talking about when you advanced out of the trenches. I was like, I think there was a couple of things that just you couldn't have known about that kept me in the fight. I managed to prevent the front line from running. They were broken, but they were still standing where they were. And this allowed me to bring up more of my brigades. And then you advanced towards me, and I was able to fight with you in close combat. And then the next round, I bayonet charged you, and that's when the guard showed up. So it was like a matter of 2 rounds, like those 3 rounds, like what happened, and I kind of could do the math in my head where I was like, if I beat them on this hill, I still have a chance to. You very nearly destroyed my whole command. I mean, there's significant portions of my command that are mangled because of what you guys did. So I think you guys played incredibly well. I did not play amazingly.
No, but you did the right thing. You won the engagement. So GG to that.
I think the most decisive thing was the guards not being in any one position. They kept just getting shuffled around. If they had been at either of those points, they would have done a difference.
You mean the young guard?
Yeah, the young guard. If they were either at the hill or at the other position, then it probably would have changed the battle.
Yeah, that was the Erlon bit I mentioned. Yeah, and I understand the mentality where both sides are under threat. You're trying to rotate them to where you need them most. But in the end, that meant they spent most of the time on the road between the 2 points, and they weren't at either critical point. And that's, yes, it's unfortunate, but I completely understand the reasoning. The commentary. I've got a lap goblin at the moment.
Yeah, that was a rough fight. I mean, when I heard there was a force hidden in the woods attacking me on the flank, I was just like, oh boy, I've got a couple of rounds before I'm completely surrounded. I've really got to win this hill.
Actually, something I tried telling Justin on my last turn before I realized the game was over. I saw like my division had been shattered, and then I thought I would ride around the east and tell your troops that they were getting flanked and that they had to retreat because we all have the same uniform.
That would have been funny.
Oh, it happened. If you look at the map, that's where they are at the moment. You're in there trying to tell them to go elsewhere. They're also getting orders from their known general to charge up the hill in advance. But yeah, in the last update, you were ordering some of the formations to fall back because there are more enemies coming from the flank, and they knew enemies were coming from the flank, so you may have gone away with it.
Yeah, I was gonna start redirecting forces to the flank anyways because I think my artillery was about to get massacred. But yeah, that was fun. The I wish if I had played it better, I think I would have not done as poorly as I did, but I would have tried to attack along a wider front instead of getting packed in there. But I don't know, it kind of worked out where I just kept sending waves of troops, and maybe that was what won it was because I just kept sending more waves up that hill. And I just kept throwing up my divisions at you guys.
It's
I was
better
kind of hoping that you would.
It's better
I was
to
kind of
be.
hoping that you would tell them to retreat.
Yeah,
when you
better,
saw that the Grenadiers came.
Better to be lucky than good.
I got lucky.
Yeah,
I got real lucky.
I mean, you sent enough troops so that my cavalry was ineffective, even though they won. Because they were just too tired to move in the end.
I heard, I was informed of that, and I was like, okay, like, because I remember I sent the guards. I'm like, okay, well, it sounds like I heard the dragoons had got completely surrounded and killed, and I was like, okay, that's really bad. I thought their cavalry was spent, and then I was like, okay, well, I have the guard hussars. I'll just have them screen and hold them off and delay them while I try and punch this hill. And then I heard the guard hussars also died. And I was like, I remember asking one of the umpires, and I was like, okay, what's left of the guard? What's their cavalry doing? And the umpire said, that enemy cavalry is like spent. They need at least an hour to recover, is what your hussars tell you. They're like completely exhausted. The horses are like dead. And I'm like, great, send the hussars in, whatever's left of the hussars, to attack the chasseurs, defend the artillery.
Man, I'm glad I dispatched those hussars then.
Yeah, I was like, that was crucial.
Yeah, I kept sending reinforcements to you. I sent the hussars when they came up behind me. I sent them over to you because I realized at that point that you were in the thick of a fight. And my artillery, which never came into action for me on the east side, I told them to go to the west end of that plateau and support you on at Brown Hill as well. So they were on their way too.
Yeah, I could have used them. I needed to. I just knew that they were. I thought that I was up against like all of their artillery, and I pretty much was, because every time they shot at something, it like nearly destroyed it, and I was like, I just can't sit here and take this. I need to beat these guys. Yeah, at the end of it, I felt like a heavyweight boxer that had gone for 10 rounds, like just completely destroyed and just swinging wildly and completely gassed. Like,
well, I think ultimately you made the right decision. It wasn't the original part of the plan, but your initiative was right, and you made the right decision, and you made a decision, which is the critical thing. And by doing so, essentially, you tied up almost his entire army, which made, like I said before, made my job easy on the right. That it was the intent that you would tie up as much of his forces as possible. I just didn't realize that you would be assaulting that hill so early. But it worked out, and yeah, I think you did a brilliant job over there. At least from my perspective. So. Yeah, I can't complain.
Nice.
Well, I nearly lost it all. So
yeah, but like I said, like I compared it before, you were essentially Davout at Jena Auerstadt. You were taking on the entire army, while Napoleon is winning his battle over on the other side, and it worked. It worked.
The anvil became the hammer.
Mm-hmm. It was a close call, and good on. I mean, how many players did I end up fighting? Was it like 4?
I think 3.
3.
Yeah, 3.
I mean, yeah, sometimes, but 3 commanders.
Well, 4 if
That's
you count
crazy.
yourself.
Yeah. I was also losing to myself. That was a fun battle. And then there was one moment where it was like, oh, because you ordered this brigade not to let the guards forward, your artillery didn't support the assault on the hill, and I was just like, come on, anyways, that was a fun time. Thank you for running it, and sorry if I got intense, but I didn't realize I was fighting everything.
What was the order of battle, by the way, for both sides? And what was their casualties up in?
Oh god, you're gonna make me calculate, aren't you? There are a few complete blocks of the government cavalry that were erased in the fighting. I kept one off the map. I'm not even sure. I had the order of battle going into it. I'm just going to say heavy casualties. I don't know, and I'm not going to spend the next hour calculating. But
my corps must have taken at least half casualties. Like, it was like everything was broken at one point, and I was just yelling at it to get back in line.
That division that Lou saw heading to the northeast towards Wagga actually did come back and was in that mess on the slopes of the hill. The other two divisions, so the Guard division and the Marine division that showed up, were they just spent the whole time marching up the road. They weren't visible earlier on. So fairly light casualties on the right. They took a few losses. One of my worries was that with the abalone system, which I was using, instead of it being a steady gradation of things take losses, things take disorder down the track, it's either they get disordered or they don't. And they are resilient to that based on their discipline. So usually when I'm designing a scenario, there aren't a lot of elites or guard or super shiny people or space marines, as Marshall would say. In this case, I had orders of battle that were from a previous campaign, so there were quite a lot of guard on the field, which meant we had times where, we had both Achilles guard on the right and the guard here on the left, in the west, that just took hits, winced, shrugged, kept going. They weren't going to disorder just because they were getting shot, just because they were taking canister to their face. But I think they worked pretty well. Sorry, I am going to have to give control of this meeting to someone else for a sec. For any last remarks, I'll be back in a sec. I just have to help someone take a wee-wee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll speak up and just let everyone know we'll probably discuss this tomorrow during our podcast, Coffee, Kegs, and Kriegspiel. I would like to invite both Jan and Achilles to attend and be on the podcast in particular, but anybody who participated would certainly be invited. I don't know if either of those two guests of honor can make it. Justin will also be invited. He might be able to make it. But it would be great to kind of just talk about this after everyone's had some time to think and ponder over it. Personally, I thought Jan was going to win. Originally, I thought that his chances were 1 in 3. Then, up until really the last round of battle, those chances were 2 in 3. I really thought his genius was going to pay off. But then it's not over until it's over, and at the very end, that attack up the center smashed Brown Ridge, combined with the attack on the right, and well, that was that. You can actually hear me talk about this on the live stream. We have a number of very interesting moments on the live stream. It's worth watching because there are times when the people I'm interviewing are talking about kind of what's going on through their head and what they hope is happening. And while they're talking about that, you actually see what is or has happened as they're talking about it without knowing about it. So it's kind of cool to see that, It should be a worthwhile episode tomorrow. It's only a 30-minute show, so I'd encourage folks to tune in, watch, show up, or at least participate on the live stream by commenting on YouTube. I was really impressed. This was a really, really good battle. Good job to everyone.
Yeah,
I can be there.
Thank you, Achilles.
Yeah, I would try as well.
Outstanding.
I'm definitely going to watch the live stream and maybe listen to the thing tomorrow or afterwards after it's recorded.
Yeah, worth it. I mean, these things are long. I mean, we're at 6 hours exactly as of right now. So I'm probably going to end it here in a few minutes. And then, you watch it in episodes. You watch an hour or 30 minutes, or you just fast forward through it. But
no, man, I just binge watch it.
Yeah. No, you can. I mean, this is like, I don't know, what do people binge watch these days? It's like Friends, but for warfare. It's like The Sopranos, except in fictional Napoleonic times.
And with a better ending.
Yeah, with a better ending, I suppose. I don't know how Jan feels
Say
about
so.
the ending. My heart does go out to Jan. It really does. But now he can perhaps come back as another character and be a pain in everyone's
Or as an umpire.
Or as an umpire. You know, I keep telling him I would love to team up with him and run a campaign with him. We have so many good umpires now. We really do. We have kind of a dream team of umpires, I feel. Just really good, knowledgeable people, and we have enough fresh people coming into the org that it's time to kind of step up to that next level. On the other hand, we have a few people who always umpire. It's time for them to play a little, I think, and see things from the other perspective. So the entire purpose behind this organization was I got sick and tired of umpiring. I wanted to play. You know?
Well, I think you're right. It is time that Peter gets to play because he's umpired everything.
I know, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Although Peter has played a few times, and when he plays against me, everyone beats me. Even Peter beats me. Everyone beats me. I don't know why I always lose.
Well, I'm glad that's not just in the ones I'm umpiring.
Yeah, no, I like it's the most consistent thing ever. I could play against like a 9-year-old and I'm still gonna lose. You know, I don't know why, but I thought my
Ironically,
yeah.
Marshall, you
create an entire campaign where Marshall was Napoleon and it lasted a month.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Ironically, Marshall set this up so that he didn't have to umpire all the time and he could play, and today he's doing neither.
Yeah, I'm the announcer. Well,
I do enjoy the Marshall commentary though.
As a person who has an admitted investment, both emotional and I mean, I'm too invested to be involved in either way. So the neutral thing was to be an announcer and cheer for the winner. Oh boy!
What a great fight!
Yeah,
great fight.
I'm recovering from a cold, and I have a kidney stone bothering me right now. But yeah, this was a great fight. Yeah, I agree.
It
was a great fight.
For this battle,
to be in the next campaign.
Special thanks for this battle to my bout of unidentified chest infection. If I hadn't been sleeping 20 hours a day all week, I probably wouldn't have had the energy to go through tonight.
Yeah. There were a lot of odds stacked against today, but folks overcame them. Good job.
Thanks for having me. I'd love to play in the next campain.
Fantastic.
Well, you can always. I'll always have. I would always like to have you on my team, Jen. Believe me,
I'm down.
You did a hell of a job.
All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream now. I've got to get offline. I've got a lot going on, and I'm continuing with a kidney stone, and I'm still in recovery from a cold. But in particular, Justin, has been quite ill in the week or so leading up to this. And so for him to come put all of this together and act as the lead umpire on this is quite an accomplishment on his part. He, I feel, is the real winner here above all else, the definite MVP. So special thanks to Justin for toughing it out. Want to thank everybody who came on to view this. Again, we'll talk about this tomorrow on the Coffee Kegs in Kriegspiel podcast. If you're subscribed to our YouTube, you should get a notification when we start, but it'll be at 9 a.m. Pacific time. And we will see you all on the next adventure. All right, thanks a lot, and catch you soon. Bye-bye.